looks good. He looks good, and he looks hard.
Did Jesus say that?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Illegal.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I don't want reality. I don't want reality.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
China. I have to have my China.
I don't want reality.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be creepy. Don't be creepy. Don't be creepy.
Cacao?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Art I a good guy? Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Jesus, I say that. Jesus, I say that.
It's science, 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 science.
Illegal. I did everything right and they indicted me.
Well, it's good to see all you space fans once again. Welcome to all you wicked viewers. Got a hell of a lot to cover today, so we're gonna have to get straight into it. So buckle up those seatbelts and get ready for this journey into the abyss. So that was just an unintentional. Look, chat. Okay, knowing what month it is difficult. It's April, yes, supposedly, but according to what the Georgian or whatever it's called, whatever calendar. I'm not on board. I'm not on board. Let's just forget. Let's forget all about that. Okay. It was a good start. We'll wait a month and then we'll come back and pretend like this never happened ever. Okay? There's a deal between us right now? All right, good. This is good. No one can hear you scream in space. Well, unless there's people on the space station, they can hear. If you're on, and also if you're live streaming from space, people can also hear you then. There's a number of situations. The Gregorian, thank you, not the Georgian calendar, for fuck's sake. I knew it started with a G. Look, chat, I'm just getting myself going here. I've barely had enough caffeine to even call myself conscious, so I do appreciate all the corrections, though. Keeping me, what's the word? Not just honest, but on track, as well as knowing what date it is. Look, chat, I got excited for May 5th, okay? And I wanted to make jokes, and this happens. Yeah, okay, moving on. You sent the short about the lava lamps. What are we talking about lava lamps for? Oh, you're talking about my new lava lamp on my desk? You like that? You like the lava lamp? Well, it's there for you to enjoy. Alright, now on to actual news. I don't have another video to start this off with. This is going to be funny for me. I thought we were going to have a good laugh. And now I've clearly foiled myself. Oh, fuck. I guess we gotta start off with serious news. Okay, this is from Detroit from 5 hours ago, where a man was charged with attempted murder and shooting a Good Samaritan in Ann Arbor. I gotta be honest, this video is doubly terrible. You'll see what I mean very shortly. Thank you for forgiving me.
Man has been formally charged
I appreciate
for
that.
shooting a
You're very
driver who had stepped in to stop an assault.
It all happened back on March.
You're very kind and also forgiving. Okay, try this again.
Where a man has been formally charged for shooting a DoorDash driver who had stepped in to stop an assault.
It all happened back on March 24th on North Main Street. Priya Man is live on this story. Priya, police got to the scene extremely fast.
Yeah, that's right, Kim and Devin. Even before squad cars got there, a sergeant ran over where this victim was in bad shape. The U.S. Marshals eventually arrested this gunman. He was taken into custody yesterday. Both prosecutors and detectives arguing this defendant required $1 million bond.
I do think that Mr. Dye presents a significant risk to the community.
33-year-old Joshua Dye is accused of shooting a man who tried to stop him from assaulting a woman in Ann Arbor. It happened last month on a Sunday afternoon.
Witnesses include a family with young children.
You used to work at Channel 4 Detroit? Is that what you're telling me right now? Or just in Ann Arbor? This is interesting. Unexpected.
Back from the Hands-On Museum.
The victim is a DoorDash driver and was driving on North Main Street near Ashley in downtown Ann Arbor when he saw the assault. The victim got out of his car and approached them, but police say when he locked eyes with the suspect, he tried getting away.
He was essentially chased down and stalked and then shot as he was trying to remove himself from this situation.
He was shot before he could close the car door. The 23...
Okay. So that's just, you know, our fun way of always starting with gun violence in America to remind us that we need to
get rid of the Second Amendment.
Thank you. But yeah, if you didn't quite understand what happened there, a Good Samaritan, somebody who saw a woman being assaulted, approached the two people, the person who's accused in this shooting. And the woman who were essentially, it's pretty fucked. Like, you know, like they just go to help and then get shot for trying to help. You were a producer for WDIV. That's crazy. That's maybe not that crazy. I feel like you got a vibe. You know, you got a vibe when you do your show, but it's unexpected that that you'd be in the chat while we watch. Granted, we probably watch a couple of Detroit related videos every week or so, I'd say. I'm subscribed to so many damn news channels. Okay. That's it for gun violence. Okay. That's it for that's it for civilian American gun violence. I'm being very specific. Anyway, moving on to some climate change related stuff. And starting off in that, we discussed this 2 days ago or maybe a day ago, where a spring northeaster snowstorm went through the northeast of the United States as well as Canada, and has caused a great deal of problems, including over 100,000, including hundreds of thousands of people, being without power currently. So let's watch this quick AP video. Get us started.
No, not liking this weather very much. We hope in April it really gets nice and warm, and yes, we get some rain, but we're getting ready for spring. So this has not been a lot of fun. I like snow. I don't like moving it. And the hard part about it is very heavy snow.
The storm started on Wednesday night, and we lost power Thursday morning, probably around 5 a.m. We've been doing a lot of bird watching. We have about 50 birds at our feeders all the time, fluttering in and out, and we've been reading books and playing games and thinking about our next meal.
Meanwhile, everyone from, I would say, young Gen Xers down to the Gen Z folks, all of us, well, I don't live there. Well, I live in a space station, so I don't have to deal with these sort of things all the time. But everybody in that age bracket is having most likely something near meltdown. It's one of the benefits of being of the older generations. You have backups. You have backups for things that amuse and or entertain you. Meanwhile, the rest of us, like, no power. That civilization's over. That's it. Just, just call it right there. Okay, enough jokes. Let's move forward. I don't know if you heard, but there was a earthquake in New York, and let's quickly look at that situation.
Let's go to that developing story.
There we go.
34 past the hour. More on our breaking news this morning. A 4.8 magnitude earthquake centered in New Jersey rattled residents from Philadelphia all the way up to Boston. Any injuries as a result of the quake? Unknown at this time. In New York, Governor Kathy Hochul says her team is assessing impacts and any damage that may have occurred. As a matter of fact, we're expecting her to speak in just any minute now. And until we do that and we take you that, I want to talk more about this with science educator Bill Nye. Bill, good morning. It's always a pleasure to chat with you. What are your thoughts on what we in the tri-state area experienced today? Not unusual, but certainly a rather intense one.
Well, in my experience, anytime you get over 4, there's a lot of earthquake scales, and there's an argument that the Richter scale is old-fashioned. There's another argument that all scales are really Richter scales and so on. But anytime you get over 4, stuff starts falling off the shelves, and I'd be surprised if things haven't fallen off the shelves.
Oh, okay. I see it. You guys have achieved. Captain Benjamin Sisko, excuse me. Let me just get that there for you, fix that. This is my new solution to OBS freezing on me. I do 2 different screens. Okay, there we go.
In New York. So, in general, this is a local effect. The North American tectonic plate.
You heard the Tom Jones reference too? I thought I was the only one who heard that, so I just kind of let it go.
Is huge. And so it's spreading out in the mid-Atlantic and moving east to west, but then out west, like where you have Yellowstone National Park and so on, there is volcanic activity. And so I bet you there's going to be some giant ripple that made its way across North America to shake New York. But it just shows you, everybody, the importance of being prepared. So the old saying is earthquakes don't hurt people, buildings hurt people. So you want things to be as secure as reasonable, where you can still live your life. You want cabinet doors that hold themselves shut during earthquakes. But the other thing is just, everybody talks about this, just to have flashlights, some food and water in case the electricity goes out for a couple days, because that's very common. When power lines start falling over or get disturbed, and then the safety systems shut things off, and it takes a while for them to be turned back on.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, let's continue. I got a couple videos of some of the footage from the earthquake. Now, just to put this into perspective, people, since wait, hold on. Let me make sure I have this graph correct. I'm just going from my memory. How many earthquakes? There it is. Okay, since well, this goes back further. But there have been, since 1737, 551 earthquakes in New York. So just remember that it's not some some crazy thing. And while it is definitely higher on the Richter scale than most of the earthquakes that are felt in the not in the United States, excuse me, in in the New York area, it is not a completely uncommon occurrence. Happens enough that that it's actually more frequent in New York than in a lot of other states. Okay, moving on. Some quick video footage here. This one's kind of funny, honestly. The reason that one makes me laugh is this dude, he's just sitting there. You know, he isn't expecting for his home security camera to become news suddenly. You know, got the blanket, dog's just chilling. He's doing literally nothing. It looks like he's just sitting there staring at nothing, but he's got his phone out. You can barely tell. It's just so funny. It looks like he's just waiting for the earthquake to happen. Okay. This one's from, what was this? Sorry. Got ahead of myself here. This one's from ABC 7. Barbershop workers in Bayshore describe the earthquake.
Bayshore for us this afternoon. And Shantae, you're in a barbershop, and I guess, you know, everyone loves talking at a barbershop, but they have a lot to talk about today.
Well, Lauren, there's a lot to talk about in here. And Pedro, it's interesting that you mentioned running outside. People who haven't been through that wouldn't have known. I felt it myself as well in California. But the two people I'm about to introduce you to who work in this barbershop, they're from El Salvador, and they've had their homes flattened, so they knew to run outside. This is Tony and Veronica here. I'm going to walk you through the barbershop a little bit. They were here when the earthquake here in Suffolk County happened. Describe it for me, Veronica. What did you see? What happened?
I feel the wall and the run is move and don't stop and run away, because I remember 2001 when living in my country, El Salvador, happened the same thing. It all is destroyed because this earthquake is stronger.
Yeah, and Tony, what did you see? I think someone said the TV was shaking.
Yeah, I stay here. I don't know what happened. It's moved too much. Wow, when it's like that, I go over there and door. I scared, really scared, man.
Yeah, and you knew.
Okay. Now, in relation to all of this, I have been made aware of a what do you call it? I think it was a press conference. Hold on. Oh, fuck off. Not a press conference, sorry, a tweet made by the Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's made comments on this this earthquake. Let's see what she has to say. Marjorie Taylor Greene, there you are. What in the fuck? Go away, Twitter. Okay. God is sending America strong signs to tell us to repent. Earthquakes and eclipses and many more things to come. I pray that our country listens. Complete nonsense from Marjorie, as usual. You can expect her to take signs from literally anything. I'll just read a little bit more from this. A mild earthquake struck New York and parts of the Northeast on Friday. The most notable thing about the tremor was the rarity of any sort of perceivable seismic activity in the tri-state area. Marjorie Taylor Greene had an explanation, writing on X, formerly Twitter, that the quake was evidence of God's displeasure with America. Oh, it's so sad.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Okay. Anyway, no, chat. I do not think that this earthquake is in any way a sign from God. It's a sign that the Earth is still doing the things that it's known to do. But let's watch. Wait, is it that one? Let's just watch one of these. One more of these videos of people reacting to it, though. Is this it?
New Jersey, much closer to the epicenter as we continue to look at live pictures from Newscopter 7. We want to touch base with Crystal Cranmore, who is in White House Station, which is very...
Sorry, this is the wrong one. This is the wrong one. Where is it? Oh, this one. This one's great. Oh, no, this is the wrong one, too. Fuck.
Now at 4 millions.
Anyway, let's watch this one. Actually, this is this shows some more of the footage, as well as there was some amount of damage.
This morning in Hunterdon County, New Jersey, the tremors were felt from New England through the Mid-Atlantic, an area not used to these kinds of events, leaving many wondering what exactly was happening.
It was pretty nuts. I thought it was just construction going on next door.
It felt like a subway train coming underneath the house. It's unexpected in Philadelphia.
Good Friday afternoon, everyone. I'm Sarah Bloomquist.
An eventful day for sure. I'm Brian Taft. The big story on Action News today is that very rare earthquake that shook nearly the entire Northeast today. Thankfully, no reports of any injuries or widespread damage at this point.
The U.S. Geological Survey says the 4.8 magnitude earthquake hit in Hunterdon County, New Jersey, right at 10:23 this morning. It was centered between the towns of White House Station, Califon, and Lebanon, roughly 60 miles from the city of Philadelphia.
There is, of course, plenty to talk about following that quake today, and our team spent the entire day talking with experts and getting reaction.
Action News reporter Annie McCormick begins our coverage live from right near the epicenter in White House Station. Annie.
Yeah, we're in White House Station, which is in Reddington Township in Hunterdon County, and this is near where the epicenter of that earthquake is. We're specifically about 5 miles away from it. When we arrived here, which was pretty soon after, probably about an hour after that earthquake hit this area, we were able to catch up with a number of the emergency responders here at the White House Fire Company that were responding to those calls. We also caught up with the mayor of Reddington Township as well.
Okay, moving on. Moving on. You get it. It happened in New Jersey. Just want to watch this one woman's reaction. She went over to her neighbor's house here.
A woman, where's your phone?
Oh my God, it's upstairs. Me say me put on my clothes and me feel the house I come down here. Me what kind of plane that a pass? What happened? Me say,
I'm there calling you. I'm checking the cameras. I don't see you. I don't know what's going on, and you're not picking up.
Me say, man, me say. Then I want to know till me hear it on Spectrum 1 now says a earthquake. Me say me couldn't believe it, man. Me say then I went rock of the house, son. Me put on my clothes. So me say, what kind of plane does a pass? Well, thank God.
Oh God, I just love her vibe. Oh, good night, AC. Oh, you should use the... Hold on. I'll do it. Here. All right, what's next? What is next? Oh, okay. This next video, next couple of videos are, the first one's Biden reacting to the earthquake, and then Governor Hochul talking about the potential of aftershocks. This first one's from 7 hours ago. Biden at the White House.
With regard to the earthquake, I spoke to the governor. He thinks everything's under control. He's not too concerned about it. The governor of New Jersey, so things are all right.
On Israel, aid to Israel, Mr. President.
Pardon me?
Did you threaten to stop military aid to Israel?
I asked them to do what they're doing.
Okay, very, very quick. But yeah, it seems that it's not of any sort of catastrophic level as it was in Taiwan. Let's just quickly look at this Hochul press conference. Is it Hochul? I think it's Hochul. Pretty sure it's Hochul. Joe Biden is 116.
Approximately 1 hour ago, millions of New Yorkers felt the effects of a 4.8% or 4.8 magnitude earthquake, the epicenter of which was in central New Jersey. That is about 45 miles west of Manhattan. We actually felt it here in the capital in Albany. People felt it on Long Island and all over the state of New York and indeed the East Coast. We're taking this extremely seriously, and here's why. There is always the possibility of aftershocks. This is one of the largest earthquakes on the East Coast to occur in the last century. So I immediately directed my emergency management team, the second we received word of this, to start doing damage assessments, any life in danger, and finding out whether there's any bridges or tunnels that are compromised. And so that was the first reaction you'll be hearing from the team.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. He asked them to do it. Yeah, I heard that at the end. Honestly, like, I think I passed by that somehow in the first watching of that. But yeah, apparently he asked Israel to keep doing what they're doing. That sounds insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
He needs the juice box. That's a good point. Might be a little low blood sugar or something. Okay, now speaking of earthquakes, let's look at a much more serious one, the one that happened in Taiwan, where emergency workers are attempting to reach, and I was unaware of this figure when we looked at this the other day, but it now turns out that over 600 people are trapped by this earthquake. Let's see what BBC has to say about it. This is from 10 hours ago. Actually, no, sorry. No, yes. No, that was right. I was right. Okay.
Rescue teams in Taiwan are searching for dozens of people still missing after this week's earthquake. Many are trapped in highway tunnels or cut off in remote areas after the earthquake on Wednesday. At least 10 people were killed in the island's biggest quake in more than a quarter of a century. But authorities say more bodies are expected to be recovered. Our correspondent Rupert Winfield-Hayes sent us this report from the capital, Taipei.
Well, it seems the situation has improved quite a lot today with those people who are trapped up in a gorge about 15 kilometers or about 10 miles to the west of here. That is a very deep gorge. There are many landslides that have blocked the roads in there, but rescue teams have managed to get in to where the people are stranded. There's about 640 people trapped up there in a village where there is a hotel and there are other buildings. So they are being sheltered there. We understand around 400 of them are sheltering in the hotel and the others in other buildings there. So that they are safe. They're not in immediate danger. They are now getting supplies in there by helicopter. But it is very difficult to get them out because the road is blocked by landslides. You can only get in and out by foot. They are bringing them out in small groups. We saw About 40 people brought out today, including people with young children and elderly people. A group of elderly tourists from America were brought out. But it is going to take just quite a long time to get so many people down that road in small groups, especially as we've had a lot of aftershocks here today. And every time there's an aftershock, that operation has to stop because it's bringing more rock coming tumbling down the mountainsides.
And very briefly, Rupert, looking at those efforts behind you, what's the situation like with trying to stabilize buildings which have been affected by the quake?
Yeah, well, this is one of the buildings that was partially brought down by the quake on Wednesday morning. It was leaning over at a very precarious angle. They have been reinforcing it, but the plan now tonight is to start tearing that building down.
Okay. Man. As if there weren't enough tragedies happening in the world, we got that one. Well, one more of these. This is from the Guardian News from 10 hours ago, entitled Buried Alive. Taiwan rescuers reach people trapped in tunnels after earthquake. Several people have been rescued from tunnels in Taiwan after a 7.2 magnitude earthquake struck the East Coast. Dozens of people have been trapped inside highway tunnels for days after the quake caused landslides in the mountainside region, blocking the way out. When driving into the tunnel, we suddenly got an earthquake indication on our cell phones. In a second, I shouted, "Hurry up!" and the mountain began to collapse. After our car rushed through, a big rock hit the back of our car. I think we saw that video a couple days ago when we were going through this the first time. Everything was collapsing. It felt like we were buried alive. We couldn't see anything in the car, as it was so foggy everywhere. Footage shows a rescuer carrying a person on his back out of a highway tunnel. And helicopters ferried out. I didn't see that. The search for missing people is still underway. Okay. Alright, moving away from that situation. We got heavy rains in Australia that have lashed the southeast, triggering flood warnings. This is the Associated Press from 17 hours ago. Bunch of environmental news to look at today. Damn. That's as crazy as the first time I saw it. Pretty sure not supposed to have water there. Okay, what's the next thing to look at? Okay, this is from West Virginia. Associated Press from 6 hours ago, where a mudslide has washed away 100 tombstones that were planted on a hillside. Or placed, excuse me.
I'm thinking between 100, maybe 150. I thought maybe 200, but that might be a little high. But there's no vaults exposed. It don't look like it. It looks like when it slid, it just came down the grass and slid right down on the grass.
Wow.
That's what it looks like to me. But we're trying to find answers, but we got to get the work done first.
It's pretty crazy how mud can do that much damage. It's just mud.
tombstones and getting them back on the same spot, but we have to get it cleaned up first. That's the main
thing. Okay. Oh, here's a nice pick-me-up environmental story. Just enjoy this 1 minute of footage from the AP from Tokyo, where they are now welcoming spring cherry blossoms in full bloom. Ah, it's beautiful.
It's breathtaking when it's been pretty to see a few, but as they all bloom right now, it's a really breathtaking thing to see. We feel fortunate. It's like a once in a lifetime opportunity.
They really are beautiful.
This is why I'm single. Yeah, I might have lied. It didn't last 24 hours, did it? Ah, but you see, the difference is...
Okay. Got to see the cherry blossoms in DC once. They were striking. Oh, I've also seen those. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. We have that in common. Hey, what is next? More climate stuff? More environmental and climate stuff. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this order seems fine. This one is from 12 hours ago from the BBC News. This is actually another positive piece. Amazon rainforest. Fewer trees lost to deforestation in 2023.
Analysis shows political action has helped a dramatic decline in the number of trees lost in the tropical forests of Brazil and Colombia, which is vital to tackling climate change. The study from the University of Maryland and the World Resources Institute says that the election of President Lula da Silva in Brazil led to a 36% fall in logging in the Brazilian Amazon last year compared to 2022. However, rising tree losses in Bolivia, Nicaragua and other countries wiped out many of these gains. Let's cross live now to Rod Taylor, Global Director of the Forest Programme at the World Resources Institute, who has more on this. Welcome to you. Thanks very much for joining us from Geneva. Tell us a bit more about the findings of this report.
The report is a story about climate change, about political will, and about the future economic options for people living in rainforests. So the political will story, as you noted, we've seen dramatic decreases in deforestation in Brazil and Colombia. And that links closely to new governments there who have taken decisive action to deal with the issue of deforestation.
Now, one of those people is the president of Brazil, Lula da Silva, who has been president now since, what was it? 2023. And some of that can actually be... well, I don't know how much can be pointed to by this, but Michael Brooks had Lula on his program, I think multiple times. And he was a real supporter of his.
The climate change story is a good illustration of what's happening in Bolivia, where we saw massive fires this year, driven in part by drier conditions, degraded forests that burn more easily, and so on. And finally, there's the development challenge. People living in and around rainforests need future pathways to development that are consistent with having healthy rivers and forests around them.
And how is that impacting? How are those countries that are heavily engaged in deforestation at the moment, what lessons are they learning from those countries who've managed to pull back from this?
Yeah, I think it ultimately comes down to political will. And so, the story in Brazil does show what a difference that makes. but also I think it's a realization of the local impacts of deforestation. So, for example, the Amazon generates rainfall for lots of the farming regions in South America. And if that rain goes away, it affects the whole economy. So I think ultimately it's those local impacts that's likely to drive that political will.
Yeah, not just political will. We need economic solutions, don't we? Land is under pressure in so many of these countries. So what could be done to replace this economically, the logging and the use of this land?
Yeah, I think there are two broad things. I think the global commodity supply chains that are linked to that deforestation, we've seen enormous movement by companies committing to be deforestation free. That momentum needs to continue. And for example, the EU is talking about introducing regulations around that. And then more from the local perspective, people need real development options that allow them to kind of have their forests and find future economic livelihoods.
Yeah, well, capitalism is just continuing to fuck up this earth as usual. But thankfully, there are people like Lula da Silva in government in some places that are attempting to fight against it, but requires all of us, all governments, all corporations, all people to be doing their part to some degree. Okay, moving on to more environmental stuff. This is a quick story from NBC Bay Area. Electric vehicles cutting carbon footprint in Bay Area, says new study. This is from a day ago.
It is some proof of a solution for at least a partial one, for our climate in crisis. There's a new study out that appears to show the Bay Area's decision to embrace electric vehicles is having an impact. It's measurably cutting the area's carbon emissions. NBC Bay Area's Christy Smith breaks down the research done by UC Berkeley scientists over the last few years.
We were looking for ways to measure the change in CO2 as we try and make those reductions from all different sources.
Ronald Cohen is a professor of atmospheric science at UC Berkeley. Here's what he and other researchers found when trying to figure out if the Bay Area's high EV rate was making an environmental difference.
We observed the total emissions of CO2 over a 5-year period from 2018 to 2022, and the total emissions decreased a little less than 2%. And we attribute that change to the tremendous increase in electric vehicles on the roads here in the Bay Area.
A small but steady decrease. An extensive monitoring network recorded the evidence.
That allows us to map the air. We put measurements on the rooftops of 50 locations around the Bay Area, most of them middle schools and high schools.
While they believe EVs are the primary factor, they note that cars in general have gotten more efficient. And that's great news for a state with some very green goals.
Okay. So yeah, it's no saving grace, but it is good to see incremental change happening with this kind of stuff, because, you know, if we don't even shoot for incremental change, let alone drastic change, then we're completely fucked. Buy electric, folks. Heck yeah. No, the government needs to start doing, like, vehicle swaps at this point, but I'm a little radical, I suppose. We only need 3 more likes to get Jessica Fletcher. Is that true? Oh, it is true. That is true. We're at 27. 3 away from Jessica Fletcher. So close, yet so far. Totally attainable. Okay. Last serious climate vid. This came out 11 hours ago from one of my favorite climate channels. If you're not already subscribed to this guy's channel, you definitely need to. This is from Our Changing Climate. Is collapse coming for us?
At a wet bulb temperature of 35 degrees Celsius, the human body starts to break down. Organs turn off, the kidneys begin to fail, and no amount of sweat can cool you down. It's 42 degrees across Uttar Pradesh in India. A prolonged heat wave bakes the cities and their surrounding landscape throughout the region. The scorching air is inescapable as blackouts roll through cities, rendering air conditioning useless. The elders are the first to go. And as the days stretch on under the oppressive humidity and heat, the young start to fall with them. Hyperthermia and lack of sleep brings a slow death as people flock to bodies of water to cool off. But even the promise of water on skin is dashed by the heat. The lake is now just a large hot tub, no longer providing that cool escape. Tens of millions die in the heat wave. As the present breaks off into a million strands of potential futures, this is one such future we could face. One envisioned in the first...
Phew. And I've actually watched this before, but it does, even though I've seen it before, it is nice to hear him say that it's just a potential and not a current reality. The way he tells it makes me feel like it's really happening right now, but fact is, it is happening. It's just not happening. You know, it's like we're in a timeline right now that's gonna split off. The way I like to think of it is like we're constantly splitting timelines as we move through the ether, making decisions. And right now, we're in a point where that future is technically possible.
Chapter of Kim Stanley Robinson's speculative climate fiction book, The Ministry for the Future. Grappling with the potential pathways of climate change can be a daunting task, especially when scenarios like Stanley Robinson's loom on the horizon. But the path into the future isn't linear. That future doesn't have to come to pass. Millions of potentialities spread out as the years tick onward towards 2100. Some of these threads contain within them multitudes of bright futures full of joy, healing, and deep connection with others in the natural world. These are the futures of solar punk, of eco-socialism, of imagery like this. But there are also darker threads on the fringes, on the other side of the spectrum of our response to climate change. Scenarios that are easy to ignore because they invoke too much dread, grief, and anxiety. Unfortunately, we cannot ignore them. Understanding the risks of worst-case climate change scenarios help us formulate responses appropriate to the scale of the problem. If there's a small fire in your kitchen that could potentially burn your house down, you're not going to wait and see what happens because you've got to finish cooking dinner. You're going to grab the fire extinguisher and put it out. The chance of climate catastrophe is that little fire that could grow into an inferno in your kitchen.
And this is partly why I am doing what I'm doing here, right? Is not to lean into the doom, but to look at it intensely and try and figure out what it is we can do to avoid certain doom. You know, some doom is perhaps unavoidable, but what's the word? All-encompassing doom. I like to think, and this video kind of goes into that. That it is avoidable. There are things we can do now to
don't pay attention,
avoid a horrendous future. Okay, hold on. Let me move us forward a little bit.
Me. To understand what the future holds, we must first understand the present. Today, global temperatures hover around 1.2 degrees of warming above pre-industrial levels. Already, that 1 degree has fueled storms, droughts, and disasters, the likes of which we rarely see. As author of The Uninhabitable Earth, David Wallace Wells notes in a recent talk,
the weather impacts on the American city of Houston, which has been hit by 5 of what were once called 500-year storms in 5 years. 500 years ago, there were no Europeans in North America at all. So we're talking about a storm that we'd expect to hit once during that entire history. And Houston's been hit by 5 of them in 5 years. So it's literally millennia of extreme weather compressed into half.
Yeah, if you're not doing that math, that's 2,500 years worth of storms in, what did he say? A 10-year period?
decade.
We are now living in a world that is completely different from anything our ancestors have experienced, and it will only continue to transform. The gold standard of climate science, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's 6th assessment report, notes that even with all of the climate commitments from countries over the last 8 years since the Paris Climate Agreement, the world is on track for 3.2 degrees with a high end of 3.5 degrees Celsius of warming by 2100. 3.2 to 3.5 degrees of warming is already bad. It will bring unprecedented flooding, hurricanes, drought, wildfire, and extinction. But the problem is that the majority of the work has yet to happen to fulfill many of those climate commitments that would keep us below 3 degrees Celsius of warming, with many plans relying on net zero strategies of continuing to burn fossil fuels while waiting on the hope of a massive upscaling of untested carbon capture technologies. Already, many countries have failed to meet the pace of their commitments, and there is a shocking lack of confidence from IPCC scientists on positive climate outcomes. Considering this, it is just prudent and basic risk assessment to consider the low probability extreme catastrophe scenarios. The scenarios where a combination of unmitigated fossil capitalism crashes headfirst into cascading tipping points, locking in decades of extreme warming. The potential of these scenarios are very low, within a 5 to 10% possibility, and would have to mean no country takes action on climate change during the next 75 years. But
so just keep that in mind, that the worst case scenarios right now are completely avoidable, and as long as we take action, serious action, and no more of this sort of what do you call it? Trying to avoid just saying half-assed, but that's what it is. No more of the sort of half-assed, put the goalpost too far out. You know, be real about it. Try and make change. Like to be honest, like we were just talking about with the electric cars, even though it's 2.5% or whatever it was over a year's period, if you can do that incrementally and God dang it, cumulatively, thank you, brain, then, you know, that will actually make an effect over time, a greater effect, you know. Then it's hard to quantify, but as the number gets smaller and smaller in terms of the amount of CO2 that needs to be taken down and the amount of renewable energy and polluting stuff. Sorry, I'm just going on right now. I'm also trying to read chat too. I'm doing both right now because you're all talking a lot and I am not doing a good job of reading. But I love you all. All right, let's keep doing it. No, greenwashing is a problem. Yeah, that's one thing that I feel like I talk about all the time on this channel, about how corporations need to stop using, like, what do you call it? Like circuitous tactics to make it seem like they're doing a lot. We talked about it a couple of days ago where, who was it? Like, actually it wasn't a specific company, but like over like the entire gas sector, they're only spending 0.5 or 0.05? Either way, it's completely negligible. They're spending like a fraction of a percent of their money on renewables, even though they're constantly talking about it, like how they're trying their best. It's all being funneled towards new oil discoveries and things like that.
As Gernot Wagner and Martin Weitzman note in their book Climate Shock, if you had a 10% chance of having a fatal car accident, you take necessary precautions. If your finances had a 10% chance of suffering a severe loss, you'd reevaluate your assets. So if we know the world is warming and there's a 10% chance that this might eventually lead to a catastrophe beyond anything we could imagine, why aren't we doing more about climate change right now? We must take extreme climate scenarios more seriously. Not because these pathways will be the most likely future, but because we have to be prepared in the off chance that extreme warming does happen. While modeling for below 3 degrees Celsius scenarios seems to take up much of the research, there is still some literature on the potential for above 3 degrees scenarios, like this paper from the renowned climate scientist James Hansen, or this one on the potential for a hothouse Earth scenario. The futures these papers lay out are bleak, but the possible worlds they envision should be more than enough to galvanize us into action, to try as hard as possible to make sure those worlds never.
The best time to start this stuff was in the past, and the next best time is now. Yeah, no, exactly. And I mean, the fact is, we might have Scott Bakula with us. We don't have the technology, unfortunately, to literally go back in time. And so, you know, and there's no real use in dwelling on the past. It is about what you do now, in terms of the future, right? Like, what kind of future we have is dictated by the decisions that we make in the moments that we are currently living through. Okay, sorry. Back to this.
Exist. As David Wallace Wells writes in his widely read piece for New York Magazine, it is worse than you think. He wrote that in 2018, and after 6 years, Wallace Wells notes that climate outcomes are more promising, but the worst case warming scenario...
That picture is fucked up. Jesus Christ. A fossilized skull wearing sunglasses.
Wallace Wells notes that climate outcomes are more promising, but the worst case warming scenarios still look as bad as ever. Even as more countries map out paths to net zero economies, the possibility that commitments fail, that fossil fuels continue to burn at ever-growing rates, and that capitalist production continues to run rampant still looms. The latest report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change models a pathway that, if we continue on with fossil capitalist business as usual, temperatures could reach as high as 5.7 degrees Celsius of warming, with 4.4 degrees as the middle range. With each degree of warming, disaster threats compile and cascade, potentially adding to even more warming, as we'll soon see. Indeed, there is still a lot of uncertainty around the extent of global temperature rise over the next century. The amount of warming depends both on how much and how quickly the world takes climate action in the coming decades, as well as how soon or if natural tipping points thrust us deeper into the climate crisis. Even substantial economic growth could make high emissions scenarios more plausible. As one paper notes, higher economic growth rates should make the high emissions scenario 35% more likely. This uncertainty...
Yeah, this is the thing about capitalism and the love of growth that, I feel will be our downfall if we don't start to address the inherent hypocrisy in this, the sort of paradigm, this like ideology, if you will, of growth being always good. It's not. It's just factually not. Cancers grow. Plenty of things that are bad grow. Okay, anyway, let's look further into this. We're not going to watch this whole thing. Partially because I think that everybody should be watching this channel, but also because it's like 30 minutes.
Conflict, political tension, and social unrest. Our current global capitalist economy is not built to survive a world that's 4 degrees warmer. For over 10,000 years, global temperatures have remained relatively steady, allowing humans to flourish through agricultural ingenuity and explode in population under the capitalist mode of production. But as capital has ushered in an era of extreme production and fossil fuel extraction, it is also digging its own grave. A world built on the accumulation of wealth is ill-equipped for the coming storm of extreme temperature. As we glimpsed in a future of extremes, weather, heat, and sea level rise won't cascade into just natural disasters. Climate change will be the catalyst of conflict, migration, and instability across the world. As we've already seen, with drought and extreme weather comes food instability. Our current food system is already fragile. It fails hundreds of millions of people as they struggle to buy food, which has been heavily commodified within a global market. Prolonged droughts or frequent floods that would be common in a world warmed to over 4 degrees Celsius would push that food system over the edge. Our capitalist food system is not about getting the most food into the most hands, but about selling the most food to get the best profit margins and accumulate capital. And when unimaginable crop loss is introduced into that equation, famine is inevitable. Indeed, for the top 4 maize-producing regions, accounting for 87% of maize production, the likelihood of production losses greater than 10% under a 2 degrees temperature rise to 86% under 4 degrees. In short,
that's huge. That is 9-fold change with a very small degree of error there. Jesus Christ. Well, you get what I'm saying.
A much warmer world will mean it will be much harder to grow and harvest food, and every degree matters. Under 4 degrees of warming, many will lose their ability to grow the very stuff of life. And while famine presses down on us from one side, intense heat and humidity will quite literally cook our brain capacity and increase our propensity for violence. Today, the pressures of a warmer planet have already exacerbated tensions, like in the case of the Syrian civil war or more broadly the Arab Spring. Conflicts whose tensions were heightened, as some researchers have claimed, by climate change-fueled drought and instability. As Wallace Wells writes, pulling on evidence from researchers Marshall Burke and Solomon Sang, for every half degree of warming, societies will see between a 10 to 20% increase in the likelihood of armed conflict.
And we have like 15 armed conflicts happening in the world right now, so we need to fucking cut it out.
A planet 5 degrees warmer would have at least half again as many wars as we do today. And these wars, alongside the increased intensity and frequency of hurricanes, wildfires, and droughts, will force millions out of their homes, driving a vicious feedback loop of migration and conflict. A study from the World Bank estimates that if we don't take major action on climate change, by 2050, 216 million people will be on the move in their own countries. And as the researchers are quick to note, these are conservative numbers, because the percentage of people exposed to life-threatening heat stress is projected to rise from today's 30% to 48 to 76%. That's just from heat and humidity alone. Natural disasters, increases in pandemics, and species extinction will only grow as the planet heats, forcing even more migration locally and internationally. And partly, this migration is driven by capitalism's penchant for protecting profits and production, not people. Indeed, for multinationals and free market hawks, disasters are a boon for their bottom line. They can be an opportunity to build luxury hotels on recently destroyed beaches or push through privatization of public goods in what is known as disaster capitalism. And within
Yeah, it's like when, although this isn't an exact example, but it's like when a couple of weeks ago, or whatever it was, like 3 weeks ago now, like Jared Kushner said that we should turn Gaza into a great real estate opportunity. Granted, this is a man-made disaster, but same idea. Just profiting off of pure, just horrific events.
In this context of instability, fossil capitalism will fight tooth and nail to maintain power. As I discussed in my video on fossil fascism, this could look like the rise to power of a series of fossil fascist strongmen like Trump or the ex-president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, who wield racist ultranationalist rhetoric as a shield against attacks on fossil fuels. Or it could look like the rise of ecofascism, which seeks to protect national environments and racial purity by cutting carbon and preserving land, but in the process, shoring up the nation's borders and assuring the continued flow of wealth and capital to that nation. The instability...
Okay, just gonna move it forward a little bit more to the slightly more positive part of this video. Okay. There's still hope. Play.
Take a deep breath in and breathe it out. Wherever you are, feel the ground beneath you.
Yes.
These catastrophic scenarios are a lot to take in, but take heart that these are just potential futures. They have not yet come to pass. Remember that these pathways are some of the worst case scenarios. There's a 5 to 10% chance that these futures happen. We have a very real chance of stopping them. So instead of sinking deep into despair about these catastrophic
that.
futures,
That's
use
super
them to
cool.
galvanize you into action. Because of
that's
recent
sick.
climate commitments, China and the US's mobilization of renewable capacity, and the fact that now in 90% of the world it is cheaper to install renewables than fossil fuel plants, the current models chart out 2.7 degrees to 3.4 degrees of warming by the end of the century. This is still bad, but certainly a not as bad scenario. But of course, a lot can happen between now and the end of this century. We can do a lot better than 2.7 degrees of warming, but it will require immense pressure from below in the form of mass movements like we saw in 2019, combined with all sorts of tactics like non-reformist reforms, blockades, and, when appropriate, attacking fossil capital directly through sabotage. We need to force a rapid downscaling of production and fossil fuel extraction. We need to address fossil capital head on, because the faster we abolish fossil fuels, the brighter our future will be. Turning a blind eye, ignoring these worst case scenarios doesn't make them magically disappear. They're looming on the horizon and we need to face them down in order to rationally plan for the coming catastrophe. If we use these futures as kindling to ignite passion and love for all that we have on this world, our future could be a beautiful one. But if we sink into complacency or despair, letting others handle this global crisis, the future of warming could be a whole lot darker. Because preventing a catastrophic future requires the passion, the organizing, and the commitment of all people everywhere to build a just, more sustainable, and ethical planet. If you're feeling overwhelmed or anxious by the possibilities of extreme climate change and collapse, one thing that has helped me immensely over the years to feel and sit with my emotions is meditation. So I made a guided meditation.
Okay. Dementiarchy? I'm actually not familiar with that term. Ah! Did you make this up? I think you made this up. Google thinks that you've made this up. Okie dokie. There is a cooldown period. This is 100% true. Some of them have longer periods than others, depending on what they are. Nuclear is not the solution. It's not the only solution. It is a solution. One of the solutions we should be using. Yeah, I'm not sure how nuclear power has already sentenced all life on Earth to death. I've heard these claims before. I've looked through them. It's pretty easily debunkable once you actually look into it. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let's lift our spirits slightly. This video. ground. Okay, that was a public service announcement from Baby No Money and Young Gravy telling you to go outside and touch grass if you can. Me, I'm in a space station. I cannot do that, but just figured it'd be a fun way to to get us out of environmental news and into other stuff, as that's what we're about to do. Gonna get a little bit political with it, a little geopolitical with it. Vincent Morales is out. All right, Vincent, good seeing you. Okay. I guess we'll look at space first. So this is, well, it's actually a combination of space and medicine. Why this oncologist is sending cancer cells to space.
And I said, is there a way to combine my passion now for cancer research and cancer biology and the unique microgravity environment in orbit and on the International Space Station? And I found a pathway.
Okay, so tell us more about the research that you're doing on the International Space Station and why it has to be done in zero gravity.
Absolutely. So, at first glance, it seems like, it's a tool that might not really help. But as I began to look into what's been done already, there's been a reasonable amount of science experiments focused on cancer done in microgravity. And we noticed some very unique features that microgravity can induce in cancer cells. In some cases, it will accelerate the cancer's trajectory towards becoming a more aggressive cancer. In other cases, it can actually slow down other types of cancer. From experiments with gastrointestinal cancers, it seems that they become more aggressive, and that's the cancer type I focus on. So there's really a unique application here for patients, and that is, and this is really my vision, if we could take a sample from a patient who has a new diagnosis with a gastrointestinal cancer and fly it on the International Space Station, my hypothesis is we can accelerate that cancer's trajectory towards whatever destiny it has in store. And if that's more aggressive, then we can deconstruct what the switches are that it turned on to become that aggressive cancer. If we can understand those switches, and we're doing it in a way that we have a glimpse into the future, then the patient in my clinic, of course, here on Earth, we can make decisions to reverse those switches and to avoid that aggressive cancer and poor outcome.
Okay. So if you didn't quite get that one, they did some studies recently by putting cancer cells out in space, and they realized that cancer cells grow much quicker in space for some reason. And now doctors believe that they can use that to accelerate cancers, even take samples from humans, put them in space, and perhaps prevent cancers in the future more easily by understanding their trajectory. Okay, what's all this about? About nuclear energy? Alright, I wasn't prepared to do this today, but let's do this really quickly since there seems to be some sort of debate going on about nuclear energy. Okay. So this is directly from the World Nuclear Association, addressing radioactive waste, myths and realities. Let's just look at this one, talking about all of the waste that is produced. So now somebody in chat mentioned that there's like 420,000 tons of nuclear fuel and waste created in the nuclear waste industry. Now, the amount of waste is small compared to other industrial activities, and 97% of the waste produced is classified as low or intermediate level waste. Now, low or intermediate level waste, I could look this up for us right now if you want me to, but just so that you're aware, I've looked it up previously. Low level waste can be literally anything that's exposed to radiation, whether it is suits or boots or tools that were used in dealing with or protecting from radiation. And so 97% of that 400,000 tons is low level or intermediate level waste. Now, there is some amount of high level waste that is produced, and that is stored underground in storage facilities where it is literally not capable of being a problem to humanity unless someone were to go down there, get all of that nuclear waste, and turn it into a bomb that they then exploded on land. In no way is it going to cause a bunch of problems. Propaganda. Okay. That's fine. You don't have to accept the World Nuclear Association's study here or anything that's said on this channel. Okay, let's look at housing real quick. First one is from Global News. Canada housing crisis. Will fourplexes destroy neighborhood character? Oh no. Will it? I don't know. We'll find out.
The federal government wants to tie billions in new housing infrastructure funds to approval for fourplexes, and some provinces, like Ontario, are not happy about it. A fourplex is essentially a residential building with 4 distinct housing units in it. Ontario Premier Doug Ford has been pushing back hard against the federal government, saying that they would be shouting and screaming if these changes go through. Kelly Singh is a housing advocate in Mississauga, which allowed fourplexes to be built last year. She said some of these fears are rooted in NIMBY, or not in my backyard politics. She said allowing fourplexes will give homeowners more choice.
That is going to give homeowners quite a lot of autonomy to decide whether they would like to turn their own properties into a fourplex. This is not a government program where houses are going to be bulldozed for the government to force a fourplex in. This is allowing homeowners the freedom to decide what they want to do with their own property.
Housing policy experts argue that building gentle density, like with fourplexes, is essential to solving Canada's housing crisis.
No kidding.
They say, unlike a single-family home, these offer solutions for people looking for a first home or those looking to downsize while still wanting the option to stay within their community. It's the latest in a growing effort from Ottawa to incentivize provinces and municipalities to build more homes faster. Experts say,
I mean, feel free to give me like an actual name of the study that was done. I've looked through that before. Like, I've looked through the JSON list of studies that were done that are available to the public, and I've never seen one that was available to read. So if you can find one and you can somehow get me a link to that, I'll certainly read it. But my understanding of that is that that study doesn't exist.
the time to act is now. Uday Rana, Global News.
Okay, what is next? Oh yes, this one is interesting. This one's uniquely fucked. Doug Ford. Yeah, Doug Ford is a piece of shit. Hold on, I need a drink. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, this next one is very interesting, and by interesting I mean fucked. This is a video I found from CNBC entitled "How Tokenization Could Shake Up the 52 Trillion US Real Estate Market."
This is New York City's East Village, and I'm standing in front of 13 East and West. In 2018, it was Manhattan's first property to try a new approach to ownership. Fractions of the condo tokenized on a blockchain. The effort was put together by companies Propeller and Fluidity.
You heard it right, chat. You heard it. I'm pretty sure you heard it right. Hopefully you've heard it right. But that guy just said they're tokenizing condos. Okay? And let's get into it further before I start really going off on this.
As an alternative way to finance the development. The move was lauded by the Web3 industry as a way to take the technology mainstream, but the project ultimately failed.
A lot of people still don't really understand, oh, what are the tokens? What does that actually mean? And it's just sort of a novel concept.
Despite that setback, there are companies operating today that believe the technology can change how we interact with real estate. They're on a mission to let homeowners more easily tap into the value of their homes, or even just let people buy real estate in a time when many feel it's harder than ever to purchase property.
The key benefits of investing into fractional real estate
are zero. There are zero. Aside from unless you're a capitalist who wants to, take advantage of people. So I gotta pause this and actually go into this because this shit is completely insane. Okay, this is basically CDOs for cryptocurrency. All right, and it is making it so that just people can tokenize the real estate industry in this very nonsensical, unnecessary, arbitrary sort of way, right? That essentially, like, all right, if you don't recall what CDOs are, it was what drove the financial crisis, right, of 2008. Collateralized debt obligations. Now, it's not a one-to-one comparison, right? But essentially, it's like, and the fact is that these tokens are going to have completely different rules, different structures. They're being, and it's essentially, they're creating LLCs, which essentially own the real estate underlying, supposedly, right? And then from there, creating a token which represents the like the shares or percentage interest in the company that owns the real estate, right? And a whole bunch of shady shit can happen with this, like from the get off, right? As well as people who are either unsuspecting or naive or unaware of the fact that if they do this, the token holders could choose to kick you out of your own house, right? If it's an LLC and the representation for the LLC is determined by the people owning these tokens, and you don't own more than 50% of them, right? You could essentially be kicked out of your own home. But it also in doing this with rental properties and things like that, it essentially creates more of a buffer zone, more of a what do you call it? Like an opacity? Not opacity. Like an opaqueness to it, right? Where renters won't even know who it is that owns the building that they live in, that they're paying rent to live in, and it's just it's absolutely, this is a crazy fucking idea. This is a terrible plan.
You don't need the $100,000, the $200,000, the $300,000 to get started in it.
This can take form in concepts like tokenized rental properties.
We turn houses into tokens that anyone can trade.
On Lofty, a rental property marketplace, investors are able to spend as little as around $50 for one fraction of a given property. The properties are owned.
I feel like the people who are creating these things are like, they're either insanely naive or they are very, like, they're very bad people. I really am not sure where to land on it, and I think it's a mix. But the fact is this is going to be a fucking disaster if this sort of thing is made legal. And I think right now it's being done without actually there being any regulations in place to deal with it, which is another problem with crypto.
By an LLC, which is governed by a decentralized autonomous organization, or DAO. This means that all investors get to vote on key issues, like selecting a property manager.
Everyone is an active manager. And so as a result of that, legally speaking, the DAO itself on paper has no manager. It's managed by a smart contract on the blockchain. Essentially, any decision to operate or manage the property is decided collectively by the group voting.
There's always governance votes, whether it's to make repairs, change property managers, there's always a vote that comes forward.
Vesta Equity is a platform taking a different approach. Homeowners can sell a portion of their home equity to an investor by tokenizing what's called a home equity sharing agreement. This lets the homeowner get cash by selling the token, and the investor can make money through future appreciation of the property.
So it's the exact same concept as the thing, right? Because, like, if you recall correctly, or if you recall at all, I don't know how much you all know about this, but like, this is what they were talking about in movies like The Big Short, or what's the other one? Point Belayed. It's just a mortgage. It's reverse mortgages, right? But it's for crypto, but they're creating companies, essentially shell companies, to be vehicles to deal with this, which is once again doesn't make it a 1-to-1 correlation to collateralized debt obligations, but it's so fucking close at this point that it's like it's really hard to actually find the gray area between the two.
Which raises the value of the token.
If you're a homeowner and you've paid off a mortgage and spent your entire life paying off a mortgage, you need to access that equity again. Why is it that you have to go back into debt? So what we've created...
Remember, this guy right here is in what, if you can see here, Vesta Equity. So this guy's in private equity. These are the people that are pushing this, right? They want to get hands on more real estate. We've been talking about how private equity has basically been destroying everything, not only in America, but abroad, as best as they possibly can. And they found a new way to do it by turning your neighbor's house into crypto.
Is a solution whereby the homeowner can tokenize their asset, access whatever amount of equity they want to access, and then through our marketplace, we partner them with investors who want to invest in that asset.
Homeowners can tap into their home equity by selling a token representing a portion of that equity. Vesta says this lets the homeowner access the value of their home without borrowing money like they would in a home equity loan or line of credit. The agreement also protects the investor by preventing the homeowner from selling below market value.
The homeowner maintains residential rights, and as they would in a mortgage situation, they still have to pay their taxes and they still have to pay maintenance and insurance. The investor does not have the right to go and live in the house. It doesn't have the right to go and reside in the house. It's really you got to think of it as they're a silent part.
This guy is lying his ass off right now, because the fact is they fucking could, or at least what I believe is the way they're going to do this. They're going to use a decentralized autonomous organization or a DAO, and they'll have voting rights in the DAO, which will then run the LLC by way of votes, and therefore, people in the DAO could just decide, no, we don't like you living there anymore. We want someone else to live there. And there would be, unless it's written specifically into the, it could still be overturned, right? LLC law is pretty complicated, but point is, there's, especially with all this crypto shit, there's really going to be very little protections for people in this regard.
A silent investor.
This guy is just trying to smile and say it's a good idea.
They want
Everybody
full
should do
ownership
it.
of their property, they're able to buy their share back at market value. Now, both Lofty and Vesta Equity have secondary markets to give investors even more liquidity.
It's really the transactions and the secondary trading between owners that is really unique about this model that you didn't get with traditional real estate, just because of how difficult it is to transact and move the assets around.
Just because it's digital doesn't make it unique. You can do this at the bank, and then the bank can do this to you by selling CDOs and other things like that. It's not new, and it's fucking stupid. Actually, let's watch a little bit more of this, because they go into some
These platforms might be seeing millions of dollars in transactions, but there's still a question of how they can operate within U.S. regulations. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission went after crypto firms following the 2022 meltdown, including companies that offered what it deemed unregistered securities. This left the industry scrambling to determine what is a security and what isn't.
Most of them are actually taking the real estate that they want to tokenize, putting it into a company like a limited liability company, and then issuing tokens that represent ownership in that company, which directly owns the real estate. So you have an indirect exposure to the real estate. That, I think, is a security, and I think the SEC would say it's a security. To me, a more interesting question is, can I actually do this where I'm really splitting up the underlying asset?
And companies have differing interpretations of regulatory compliance.
Lofty's business model, despite there being tokens, isn't actually that novel, right? Like, what are you actually owning, and what are you...
2 seconds ago, he said it was unique, and now he's saying it's not. Very confusing.
You're buying units in an LLC. LLCs have existed for decades. It's not a new concept. And the idea of you and a couple of family members or friends or colleagues from work pooling money together to buy a property and then operating it together, that has never been deemed to be a securities in this country ever.
We took the approach to be regulatory compliant. We have filed everything currently under Reg D, which means only accredited investors and institutions, financial institutions, can buy the assets at this point in time. And once we build out a larger marketplace, we'll open up to retail and file under Reg A. Now, that doesn't mean that I think this is security. I think the SEC needs to go.
Honestly, crypto is just a fucking massive problem for the world. It is, genuinely is. And the thing is, here's beyond any of my actual criticisms of crypto. Okay, this is a criticism of society, or at least of government currently as it stands. The people who are currently in government aren't smart enough to understand crypto. Okay, or they're just genuinely of an age group where crypto is just mystifying to them, because computers, some people were born before computers were even created, and most of those people didn't wind up becoming software engineers or things of that nature, although some did, and I'm not suggesting they didn't, but there's definitely a problem. If you look at the people that are currently in Congress, a lot of them were born before computers could fit in a single room. And now computers fit in your ear. they fit in, smaller places. Anyway. I guess my point is that if you struggle to understand the underlying technology, it's going to be difficult for you to properly regulate it. Granted, people in government do have aids and things like that, but, that's just my thinking. Alright, moving forward. Lobbyists have been taking over our administrative state for too long. That's my opinion. And I feel like I've talked about lobbyists, like at least 20 times to varying degrees, and I couldn't agree with that sentiment more. It's about time we got these, money men out of politics. It's not the whole point. It's the exact opposite of what democracy is supposed to be. What are we doing next? Just got distracted by a bunch of shit I'm trying to fix over here. Let's look at this. Moving further into politics and whatnot like that, as well as employment. Speaking of employment, youth are apparently bearing the brunt of the downturn in the labor market, according to CBC News 9 hours ago.
Statistics Canada has released the latest job numbers for March and is giving us a better picture of how that part of the economy has been doing. The CBC's Anis Hadari joins me now live from Calgary. Anis, break down these numbers for us.
Employment was pretty static in March. It dropped by 2,200 jobs. That is a whopping 0.0% change. So Statistics Canada, is calling it little changed. Now, when it comes to particular job sectors, here's some of the specific numbers we saw. In accommodation and food services and scientific and technical services categories, they saw drops in jobs. On the other side, healthcare and social assistance employment went up by about the same amount in total. So those are part of why we are seeing things being classified as flat. Now, the unemployment rate is up a smidge. It's at 6.1% for March. That's not a huge change from before, but it is a bit higher. And that is in part because of immigration. More people are coming to Canada, more people are looking for work. The economy has not added enough jobs for them yet, but overall, flat, Abby.
Anis, what do these numbers mean for people, particularly young people?
Well, this morning's data highlighted the fact that youth are bearing the brunt of this downturn in the labor market. People aged 15 to 24 have witnessed no employment growth since December of 2022. And since then, the size of what's called the youth labor force has grown by nearly 90,000 people. Now, economists point out that typically an employer tries to cut hours before it cuts staff. So some of this could also mean that job numbers that we're seeing could keep softening in the coming months. Inflation is also coming to within the Bank of Canada's target range. So overall, we're seeing bad news for young people, but for the economy as a whole, inflation is slowing down, the job market is slowing down. All this tells us that before the Bank of Canada's next interest rate announcement next Wednesday, we will be probably seeing things stay where they are. There's nothing to signal that the Bank of Canada...
Anyway. Oh, whoops, did I just fucking do that? Oh, no, I didn't. Did I?
Well, Toronto police released a...
Son of a bitch. I did it. I screwed it up. Somehow. Good job, me. Go back. Why did you do this to me? How would you do this to me, YouTube? It's very offensive.
It was May.
It's not May. Alright, where were we just now? Fucking hell. Here. Yes, okay. All right, this is relating to England, where they have
family. Money is tight, which means her son Moses is very used to hearing the word no for his demands.
So this, I'm sorry, this is from Channel 4 News. Parents protest against two-child benefit cap, claiming it's pushed 250,000 kids into poverty. And apparently there's been there was a change made that essentially excludes any children more than 3 the couple or parent has for benefits. So they only give benefits in terms of the calculations that are being made. They will only include up to 2 children, and then you gotta figure out the rest on your own. Let's watch this.
For Tia's family, money is tight, which means her son Moses is very used to hearing the word no for his demands.
It usually happens to me a lot, but I'm okay with it.
Moses and baby Isaac are Tia's first and third children. The 2017 cap on income benefits to just 2 children means Tia receives income support for Moses, but not for baby Isaac.
I've worked hard. I have a good job, like the kind of job that I expected to have when I was completing my education, and yet it's not enough to afford a basic life.
She relies on this baby bank called Little Village. Tia says that 70% of her salary is spent on rent, and her children's father has a chronic illness.
To think
70% is fucking insane. 70% of her income goes to rent. Come on. And she has a husband. It's a 2-parent household. That should not be the case in any way.
That I would decide whether or not to proceed with my pregnancy based on the childcare element of universal credit. It's insulting.
On the 7-year anniversary of the 2-child cap, Tia is in this delegation calling for the policy to be scrapped. They say it correlates with child poverty and that 1.5 million children have been affected. Campaigners say that the burden of this policy has fallen heaviest on the shoulders of women and made life harder for their children. But just how hard, the government will not say. When they were asked last December if they had made an assessment between the number of children affected by the policy and the levels of child poverty, the government responded that no assessment had been made. The government say the 2-child policy is about fairness by asking families on benefits to make the same decisions as families supporting themselves solely through work, and that their cost of living supports package has prevented 1.3 million people falling into poverty. And for some, this is a rational policy that brings into line with the average number of children that most people are having.
For us, this policy needs to be based around a fair benefit system that when people are struggling, and lots of people have been struggling in the cost of living crisis, that it is a safety net, that it supports them.
These campaigners believe the holes in that safety net have increased, despite the child benefit threshold rising. And for those falling through, where do they turn next?
Okay. So yeah, that's
turning down to Silicon Valley. More than 600.
Hey! Don't get ahead of me here, pal. I'm in the middle of talking. But yeah, no, obviously, it's a problem. It's a problem for people in the UK. 1.3 million people being thrown into poverty because of this, just because they happen to have more than 2 kids. Thank you. Oh yeah, no problem. I got you that. Jessica Fletcher. I almost forgot to tell you that I put it up. I think maybe I did. Just like on autopilot now, just like 30 likes. So Jessica incoming. Let's see. All right, yeah. So now let's look at this one. This is NBC Bay Area from 6 hours ago. Apple lays off over 600 California employees.
Turning now to Silicon Valley, more than 600 Apple employees will be let go next month in the South Bay. The cuts are set to start May 27th for workers in Santa Clara. Now, this comes after Apple canceled a 10-year-long project to build an electric car. Apple isn't saying, though, whether the two things are connected. But notices the company filed about its actions list the same address, which is its car research lab. This is the tech company's first major layoff in nearly 30 years.
But it comes among a bunch of other layoffs that we've been talking about in the tech industry. Or at least we've talked about to some degree. There's been a lot we've been talking about, but it has been happening quite a bit. Let's see, what is next? More stuff about employment and people being laid off. This is in Canada, though, where former Canada Goose employees allege layoffs via email were inhumane.
In China, Shanghai, it's very expensive. And even you have money, you cannot buy that. It's out of stock.
There was a time when Canada Goose's signature down-filled coats were such a hot commodity that they flew off the shelves. But last week, amid a slowdown in consumer spending, Canada Goose announced layoffs. It cut 17% of its corporate workforce, an estimated 156 jobs. Two former employees at its Toronto office tell Global News they were informed of their termination via email the morning of March 26th. Global News is not revealing their identities because they fear reprisal for speaking to the media and worry that going public may harm future employment prospects. One former worker says being terminated after years of being successful at your job is traumatic, saying that it being done via email made them feel like just a number and that they didn't matter. Another laid-off employee calls the company's handling of the layoffs inhumane. They recall being completely shocked and blindsided. In an emailed statement to Global News, Canada Goose's head of HR says decisions like this are heartbreaking, saying we understand the human impact they have, adding there's no perfect way to share this kind of news. Our focus was to ensure team members were treated with respect and dignity and given the grace to process the news on their own time.
I think it's a little crazy that people who sell $2,000 coats are treating their employees like garbage. You'd think they'd have a little bit of cash to maybe hire somebody to tell them, maybe give them like a gift bag at the end. I don't know, dude. That's nuts. Okay. All right, let's look at a couple of more things here happening in America. Firstly, this is from 7 hours ago, where President Biden vowed national support in the reconstruction of collapsed Baltimore Bridge.
My dad and the Biden, please sit down. The Biden family goes all the way back to being watermen in this bay for a long, long time, back in the mid-1800s. And my father was born and raised here in Baltimore. And there's a strong, strong connection. Still have family in the region as well. Governor Moore, Senator Cardin, Senator Van Hollen, Congressman Mafumi, Mayor Scott, County Executive Johnny O. I like that. Johnny O, ho, ho. To all the military members and first responders, and most importantly, the people of Maryland, I'm here to say your nation has your back, and I mean it. Your nation has your back. And you've got, without exaggeration, one of the finest delegations in the Congress of any state in the Union, and they know how to get things done, and we're going to get this paid for, aren't we?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
We're about to do this.
I was just briefed by the
This is
Unified Command about
taking
the ongoing impact of this tragic collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge last Tuesday. The damage is devastating, and our hearts are still breaking. Eight construction workers went to the water when the bridge fell. 6 lost their lives. Most were immigrants, but all were Marylanders. Hard-working, strong, and selfless. After pulling a night shift fixing potholes, they were on a break when the ship struck. Just seconds before, one of the men named Carlos, who was only 24, left a message for his girlfriend. Here's what it said. "We just poured cement. We're waiting for it to dry," he said. Well, to all the families and loved ones who are grieving, I've come here to grieve with you. We all are. It's not the same, but I know a little bit about what it's like to lose a piece of your soul, to get that phone call in the middle of the night to say family members are gone. I've been there. It's feeling like having a black hole in your chest, like you're being sucked in, unable to breathe. The anger, the pain, the depth of the loss is so profound. And we know it's hard to believe. And you're probably not going to believe me, but I can tell you now from personal experience. The day is going to come when the memory of your loved one as you walk by that park or the church or something that you shared together is going to bring a smile to your lips before it brings a tear to your eye. It's going to happen. It's going to take a while, but I promise you it will happen. And that's when you know you're going to be able to make it. I promise you it will come. Our prayers for you is that time comes sooner rather than later. But it will.
Okay, we're I remember this speech now, and it takes him literally forever to even get to what they talk about. And but yeah, he vows support, federal support for reconstructing the Baltimore Bridge.
Come.
Now let's look at this next piece from CNN from, let's see here, I think it was a few hours ago, where Baltimore's mayor came on and discussed some of these issues regarding the bridge.
President Biden is heading to Baltimore today to get a first-hand look at the destruction from the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. The president will meet with the families of the 6 workers who died last week. The Army Corps of Engineers says it plans to reopen the Port of Baltimore by the end of May. With us now is the mayor of Baltimore, Brandon Scott. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for being with us. You will be with the president later today. What is it that you want him to see?
Well, we know that this president is a full believer and understands in Baltimore, but understands the significance of this tragedy, not just for those families, not just for the city of Baltimore, but for this entire country because of how important our port is. I want the president to see that devastation up close. And then we want him, of course, to do what he always does when a tragedy happens, meet with those most directly impacted. And we're appreciative to have him here, but understanding that the president and his team have been supporting us since the bridge collapsed, unfortunately, early that morning.
What does Baltimore need from the federal government?
Well, listen, the federal government, the president said he was going to move heaven and earth to help Baltimore, and he has done exactly that. His team has been on the ground. We have a wonderful unified command with his team, our fabulous governor, Governor Moore's team, my team, the counties and the county executives. We have that great federal support. We've had, I was with the SBA secretary. We've had Secretary Buttigieg here. We've had the full weight of the federal government here, and we know that's going to continue. All we need is to continue great partnership that we've had with the president and his team through this tragedy and, quite frankly and honestly, throughout his term.
So you do know that there are some national Republicans pushing back on the idea of the federal government footing the bill for this. Ralph Norman said, quote, "The very thought of having the federal government pay for the Baltimore Bridge is totally absurd," all caps. This exemplifies the old slogan, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Congressman
Now, Representative Ralph Norman happens to be in Congress in South Carolina. Now, it's interesting that he says that the very thought of having the federal government pay for the Baltimore Bridge is totally absurd and exemplifies the old slogan of robbing Peter to pay Paul. The thing about it is that's weird is that South Carolina is a welfare state that takes in $1.35 in federal funds for every dollar that it gives back in taxes. So it's like South Carolina's existence is, what did he call it? An example of the old slogan, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Super weird.
Don't be creepy. A user called the plan outrageous, said we just can't take the easy route all the time and just try to spend the taxpayers' money. What do you say to these Republican lawmakers?
Hey, they're so dumb. What I say is stop taking federal dollars then. How about that? I'm sure everybody will love that in South Carolina. Anyway, do we watch this? It's kind of funny. And fuck it, we'll watch a little part of this. Apparently, Lauren Boebert is really living up to her party girl sort of lifestyle / attitude. Let's watch this little CNN clip as she's currently dealing with a very contested race for her seat in government.
Welcome back. Now to some new CNN reporting. Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, the firebrand representing Colorado's 3rd Congressional District, is now facing a tough race in November thanks to a series of personal controversies, also an undersell, an unexpected retirement, and a new redistricting map. CNN Capitol Hill reporter Melanie Zanona is here. She joins our panel. Mel, great to have you. This is a rich topic. Walk us through why Lauren Boebert, who has become, one of these sort of MAGA faces, although not entirely. I mean, some of this is just personal controversy. It's not even around her politics necessarily. Why she potentially may not be returning to Congress.
She definitely is in the fight of her political life right now. Remember, she almost lost to a Democrat last cycle, so she has opted to run in a new district, which is more conservative leaning, but she has still got to prevail in a primary, and this is a very rural district made up with ranchers and farmers who care about agriculture policy, and she has been facing really pointed questions about her personal behavior and her conduct, but there are signs that she has not changed or tried to tone down her behavior, at least behind closed doors. I'm told that she attended a December gala in New York City. It was a Republican event. Donald Trump was headlining. And that the server who was coming to bring alcohol refused to bring her any more alcohol because they thought that she was overserved.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
She also was trying to take pictures with Donald Trump, and eventually Donald Trump's security detail stepped in and asked her to stop doing that, according to witnesses.
It's just so fucking good. Oh, it's amazing. Wow. Lauren Boebert is just, oh god. just out there getting drunk, going to Trump fundraisers, getting cut off at the bar, and having the Secret Service tell her, you've gone too far. How about you chill out?
Don't be creepy.
What's next? All right, now moving on to do we watch? No, screw this one. No, we're going next. All right, we're going on to Europe here, where a vigil was held in Poland for the aid worker Damian Sobel, who was killed in the strike on the WCK convoy in Gaza.
Well, our opening day coverage
No,
continues.
don't do that. Yep, there we go. Thank you. Damien got very involved in volunteering work. It was so brilliant. He was full of love. He always had a smile on his face and was happy, even when times were hard. And Damien really did a lot of good. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but it's been indiscriminate, over there in Gaza. Indiscriminate killing. These next two stories are from the Associated Press from 21 hours ago, where Russia is striking Ukrainian power plants with alarming intensity.
Russia has been attacking Ukraine's energy sector with renewed intensity and better accuracy. The AP was given access to 2 Ukrainian thermal power plants that were damaged in a recent drone and missile attack. The destruction is massive.
The operators were here. We even had their chairs, or rather what is left of their chair. Here they sat. This is where the operational staff was located.
The attacks plunged large areas of the country into darkness, and parts of the Kharkiv region are still dealing with power outages weeks later. The timing of the attacks is alarming, as Russia usually reserves large-scale attacks on energy infrastructure for the winter months. Moscow also appears to have learned how to take advantage of Ukraine's air defense gaps.
We have to be on our energy front line. You don't worry about it. Because you just do your job and think that the most important thing is to return to your family and children with hope and optimism. First of all, we think about people, how to save them as much as possible. Because equipment is important, but life is more important. And this is our work. Someone is fighting at the front line, and we have our own front line.
Ukraine must now figure out how to better protect its power generation capacity and rebuild from its losses.
So yeah.
Russia has recently intensified.
I paused you. Why would you do this to me? Alright, let's look at this next video. It's also from the AP, discussing this same situation.
Russia has recently intensified attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, launching missiles and drones across the country, targeting power plants. I am currently in one of the plants that was hit on March 22nd during an excessively intense attack. As you can see behind me, the damage is quite extensive, and it's unclear when this plant will be operational again. The attacks did occur at an unusual time. Often we anticipate Russia attacking energy infrastructure at the peak winter season when Ukrainians are in high demand for power because of the cold weather. But these attacks occurred around the spring. It signals a new tactic by Moscow to completely destroy Ukraine's energy security. One plant manager here told us that it seems that Russia seeks to bring Ukraine back to the 17th century.
Okay. So yeah, it's not good for Ukrainians. It's a further escalation of the war and causing definitely a lot of problems for Ukrainian civilians now at this point. So many things. So many things, chat. How far are we? What time is it? 2 hours in? Yeah, okay. Well, I hope everybody here is enjoying the stream. I'll take a quick intermission here and gather myself for the second half of the stream. If you're looking for ways to help support the Galactic News Network, well, you got a few. The first two are free. Like and subscribe while you're watching, if you already haven't for some odd reason. And the third way is by spending a few dollars a month and becoming a Galactic patron. all sorts of benefits await. Link in chat. By the way, I don't know if you can tell, but I've made a couple of teeny tiny changes to the set. As well as made it so that you can see that new tiki bar in its entirety. Check it out. We got Cisco Tendon Bar. Blam. back, chat. Okay. And I was reading something in chat. Bernard, with regards to your claim that uranium is a fossil fuel, it's just factually incorrect. A fossil fuel is something that is, yes, it's taken out of the ground, but it's a hydrocarbon, which is a, if I'm not mistaken, chain of carbon atoms. And uranium is its own element. Anyway, moving on, away from nuclear energy once again. Let's look at this next story, which is from the Associated Press. Janet Yellen and Chinese Vice Premier have dinner after 3-hour talks. Anyway, I was just gonna say that I've been trying to figure out what the plan is on this whole situation, but it looked like as I looked into it that Janet Yellen is seeking to get China to crack down on apparent copyright infringement and other such practices that American businesses don't appreciate very much. If you don't know who Janet Yellen is, she's the former Fed chair and current Treasury Secretary. Wait, is that right? Treasury Secretary? Shit. What's her title right now? Son of a bee sting. Gotta search Janet Yellen now. Noob. Oh no, I was right. Not a noob. She is the Treasury Secretary currently. Okay, let's see here. What is next? You don't need me to educate you on it? Well, it seems like you do need me to educate you on it because it's not a hydrocarbon, right? So either say accurate things, or I might, not always, but I might happen to notice a chat and call you on inaccurate information. Okay, what is next? Oh, alright. This is from 19 hours ago. The anniversary of the Rwandan genocide gives survivors a chance to reflect and heal.
Between April to June 1994, that was a dark moment for a country like Rwanda, but it is a significant occasion because it also gives victims and survivors a chance to, to reflect and also to heal and to see what the future holds. But more importantly, this day is significant because it reassures the world that never again should such an event happen in any part of this continent or even anywhere in the world. Paul Kagame has done extremely well in terms of trying to ensure, because it's not easy for any country around the world that has gone through what Rwanda went to be able to.
You didn't say it? You said, I have it right here. You said, yes, it's a fossil fuel. It's leached out of the ground. So no, uranium isn't, just because it comes out of the ground doesn't make it a fossil fuel. Bugs come out of the ground. Are bugs fossil fuels?
Bring two warring tribes or communities to live harmoniously together.
Are plants fossil fuels? I mean, get real. Just because it comes out of the ground like a fossil fuel, correlation is not causation. I feel like I'm getting distracted, but, what was I saying? I was about to say. Oh, I think I was going to talk about this video, but now I've completely lost my train of thought on Rwanda. But, if I recall correctly, the Rwandan genocide happened in the 90s, and what was the name of them? The Tutsis, I believe, and the Houthis? Not the Houthis. The Houthis are in Yemen. It starts with fucking hell, something like that. But the Hutus, something like that. It was they were propped up by, I believe it was like Britain or Germany or something like that. Fucking hell, nah, forget it. Forget my context. I've completely lost my train of thought trying to think about nuclear energy when that's clearly not my current plan right now. Very distracting, but I press on. Let's discuss this real quick. This is Al Jazeera English from 7 hours ago. Why are Somalia and Ethiopia in a deepening diplomatic dispute?
A deal between Ethiopia and the breakaway region of Somaliland involving a new naval base has further worsened diplomatic relations with Somalia. Its government
the Hutus. It was the Hutus. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. It just didn't sound right, but I believe you, my dogs. I appreciate the context and the correction.
Agreement which would give landlocked Ethiopia access to the sea. Why is this dispute worsening, and could there be wider consequences? This is Inside Story.
Whoops. There we go.
Hello there, I'm James Bays. Somalia has ordered out Ethiopia's ambassador, recalled its own from Addis Ababa, and demanded that 2 Ethiopian consulates be shut down. The row between the neighbours is centred on a deal Ethiopia's done with Somaliland, a breakaway region claimed by Somalia. Part of the agreement would give landlocked Ethiopia access to the Red Sea. So far, it's only a diplomatic dispute, but the relations are worsening and causing serious concern internationally. We'll be explaining why during the programme and asking what might happen next. But to examine the background to all of this in more detail, this report from Kulsum Sharif.
Simmering tensions between Somalia and Ethiopia are now a full-blown diplomatic dispute. Somalia has expelled Ethiopia's ambassador, recalled its envoy from Addis Ababa, and ordered the closure of 2 of its consulates. That's in response to a controversial port deal between Ethiopia and the breakaway region of Somaliland. The agreement made in January has led to a war of words between the 2 sides.
What's new is that Ethiopia, which has long said that it would not be the first government to recognize Somaliland's independence, it would be the second, seems to have adjusted that view and decided to take the next step, which is to say that they would deal with Somaliland as an independent state. They have long-standing security, economic, and political ties. So this is really just a step forward, albeit a dramatic one, that has irritated the government in Mogadishu.
Okay. Oh, wait. Hold on. They're gonna do it?
Under a Memorandum of Understanding or MOU, Somaliland has allowed its landlocked neighbor to lease part of its coastline.
Now, here's the thing about this whole situation. Somaliland is still technically inside of Somalia, but it has its own government, its own president and prime minister, I think, or something like that. And as does Somalia. Her reference to Mogadishu, Mogadishu is the capital of Somalia, and so if you didn't quite catch it, Somaliland has decided to lease a part of its border with the entrance to the Red Sea here to Ethiopia to create docks on the beach at some point. I don't know if they specifically point that out or like where it is, but my assumption is that it would be somewhere over here, because that's kind of central location. But whatever.
Ethiopia wants to set up a naval base and a commercial port on the Red Sea. In exchange, Ethiopia offered to recognize the breakaway region as an independent nation. Somaliland ceded from Somalia more than 30 years ago. But its independence is not internationally recognized, and Mogadishu considers Somaliland part of its territory. In an interview with Al Jazeera in January, Somalia's President Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud accused Addis Ababa of annexing a part of what the country claims as its own.
The issue. So he represents the Somalian government, not the Somaliland government. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I've actually got that right. I'm almost 100% positive. Hold on. God dang it. Why do I suck at my job? Yes, Hassan Sheikh Mohammed. Okay. I don't suck. I'm just overly cautious sometimes.
Is not will Ethiopia access to the sea? They are free to access throughout Somalia.
Where?
And everywhere in Somalia. But the question is how? How do they want to access the sea? By annexing part of Somalia and changing the borders of Somalia? This is what's going on right now. It is not a commercial. It is an annexation of territory.
The latest rounds of tensions between Somalia and Ethiopia have been stirred by another Somali region. Puntland is a federal member state of Somalia and has announced a new cooperation agreement with Addis Ababa. Puntland has refused to recognize amendments to Somalia's constitution made earlier this week and is making moves towards more autonomy by pulling out of Somalia's federal system and wants to govern itself independently.
What links the Somaliland and Puntland issues is that Ethiopia has this MOU with Somaliland, and yesterday invited a delegation from Puntland to Addis Ababa to discuss enhanced relations between Ethiopia and Puntland. And that seems to have pushed Mogadishu, or the Somali federal government, to take this step of expelling Ethiopian diplomats.
Okay, so yeah, I think that covers basically the whole issue of it to some degree. At least enough of it. Even if it's a Cribs version. What is this about the emperor of Ethiopia? Is this a reference to something? I don't know what it's reference to. Okay. What is next? Wait, why are these out of order? I guess we'll just watch this one too. No, we'll skip this. Fuck it. We're going straight to this situation. Let's go look at this problem that's been going on in Myanmar, where the Rohingya people have been ethnically cleansed repeatedly and are currently under a great deal of distress, and that's to put it lightly. Let's listen to, I don't know this woman's name, but I believe she's a human rights, what do you call it? A human rights representative at the UN. I don't know how to say that right. This is from 19 hours ago. People across Myanmar are living in daily fear for their lives. No, next on. That's not. Yeah. There we go. There we go.
I now give the floor to Ms. Lisa Doughton.
Madam President, members of the Security Council, thank you for this opportunity to brief you on the deteriorating humanitarian crisis in Myanmar. As you've just heard from ASG Kyari, the ongoing escalation of conflict in Myanmar, including the worst levels of violence since 2021, is severely affecting people in every corner of the country and having alarming spillover effects into neighboring countries. The humanitarian impacts are significant and deeply concerning. People across Myanmar are living in daily fear for their lives, especially since the recent implementation of the National Conscription Law, while their ability to access essential goods and services and to cope with the crisis is stretched to their limit. 2.8 million people have now been displaced, 90% of them since the military takeover. Many of these people require urgent access to food, shelter, and safety. As the number of people fleeing increases, it will be critical to sustain international and regional attention on the crisis, including on strengthening the protection of refugees in the region. Across Myanmar, hunger is mounting. In 2024, food insecurity is now affecting some 12.9 million people, nearly 25% of the population. There's an increasing risk of malnutrition, particularly among children and pregnant women. Meanwhile, basic medicines are running out and the health system is in turmoil. It is estimated that 12 million people in Myanmar will need emergency health assistance this year alone. Urgent
12 million people. That is a staggering number.
support is needed, particularly for vulnerable people with specific medical needs, including for HIV and tuberculosis. And disruption to healthcare means routine immunizations have now been interrupted for consecutive years. Children are bearing the brunt of this crisis, with likely permanent impacts on their lives. Severe interruption to education has affected almost 12 million learners over the past 3 years, and around 1/3 of school-aged children are not currently enrolled in any form of education. This will have severe consequences for their development, mental health, and their future prospects. On this International Day for Mine Awareness and Assistance in Mine Action, it pains us to note that children in Myanmar are among the most vulnerable to the dangers of mine contamination. This is a threat that continues to proliferate and has reached alarming levels over the past year. In 2023, there was a staggering 270% surge in casualties resulting from landmines and explosive remnants of war compared to 2022, with more than 1,000 casualties reported nationwide. As the crisis is disproportionately impacting women and girls, almost 9.7 million of them are in need of humanitarian assistance, with the escalating violence increasing their vulnerability and exposure to trafficking and gender-based violence.
This is a fucking disaster. This is a fucking humanitarian disaster that needs to be dealt with like yesterdoodle. Oh, it's very frustrating. I turn from one place to the other place and it's just more doom. And I think we looked at the Myanmar situation by way of a different tragedy. I think it was like a few weeks ago. Maybe, I don't know exactly when it was, but a boat filled with migrants from Myanmar capsized, and I think it was like the Indian Ocean or something like that. Anyway, let's watch just a tiny bit more of this, and then we're gonna move on.
Madam President, since November 2023, renewed conflict in Rakhine State, including shelling in urban areas, has been severely affecting the lives of people in all its communities. The stateless Rohingya population is particularly vulnerable and is increasingly caught between two fighting parties. The rise of intracommunal tensions is also of great concern, reminding us of the devastating consequences from the 2012 and the 2017 crises. Roads and waterways have been closed for months, affecting humanitarian access. This has created food and water shortages and increased the prices of essential goods, compounding the struggles of communities still reeling from the impacts of Cyclone Mocha last May. And internet and telecommunication services have been disrupted since November 2023. This is severely affecting people's access to vital information and the ability of humanitarian organizations to mount operations and communicate with affected people on the ground. Madam President, across Myanmar, the humanitarian community estimates that some 18.6 million people will need humanitarian assistance in 2024, a 19-fold increase since February 2022. The United Nations and its humanitarian partners remain determined to stay and deliver for as many of these people as possible and to provide protection through its presence. But to do so, we require the urgent support of the international community to address factors that are severely limiting our ability to operate. First, we urgently need
Wait, hold on.
more funding for the humanitarian response. Successive years of gross underfunding are contributing to the scale and severity of humanitarian needs in Myanmar. The 2023 humanitarian response for Myanmar was funded at only 44% of the $887 million required, forcing partners to make tough decisions about who can receive that assistance. Despite the constraints, humanitarian organizations delivered assistance to 3.2 million people across Myanmar. About 65% of those we aim to reach under the humanitarian response plan. But the lack of funding still meant that more than 1.1 million people were left without priority life-saving assistance. Almost 3/4 of all planned shelter repair and construction was not possible, and almost 672,000 people did not have access to safe drinking water.
Yeah, that one needs to stop too. Jesus. Those numbers are daunting. That is a lot of fucking people that are in severe danger right now. Yep. No religion is exempt from being problematic. It's all about the people behind it. To you know, mostly, right? You know, like that's the main part of it. Granted, there are some issues just with religion across the board, I would say, but it really is more about the people that are doing the things, you know, people that are preaching or using religion as a weapon or tool to incite, as well as to, well, you know, we talk about this too much. I'm not gonna go into it further. You know my opinions on this one. Let's watch a quick snippet of this other one as well. This is from the Bangladeshi, I believe.
And I'll give the floor to Mr. Khalid Kiar.
I believe he's the Bangladesh representative. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. No, this is... Wait, that is so hard to read.
And I'll give the floor to Mr. Khalid Kiari.
This is the assistant Assistant Secretary General for Middle East and Pacific Departments of Political and Peacekeeping Affairs and Peace Operations. I'm sorry, chat. You gotta look at this dude's sign. This is his sign. This is what I just tried to read. I could be completely wrong about this. I'm just trying to read this miniature text on this dude's. Look, these guys, Bangladesh, Malaysia, United Kingdom, they get nice big letters. This dude has a 50-word title that is it's like micro print.
Madam President, members of the Security Council, more than 3 years have passed since the military overturned the democratically elected government and detained its leaders, including President Win Mint and State Councillor San Suu Kyi. The Secretary General has consistently called for their immediate release, as well as all arbitrarily detained prisoners. He has also called for a unified response as violence continues to intensify.
Hey, I did okay. Wait, whoops.
And to the political humanitarian.
I did pretty good, chat. Look at that. Assistant Secretary General for Middle East, Asia, and the Pacific Departments of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs and Peace Operations. I got like 95% of that.
And human rights crisis. The expansion of armed conflict throughout the country has deprived communities.
Is it a sign for ants? It needs to be at least 3 times as big.
Of basic needs and access to essential services, and a devastating impact on human rights and fundamental freedoms. Amid reports of indiscriminate aerial bombardments by the Myanmar armed forces and artillery shelling by various parties, the civilian toll keeps rising. The United Nations condemns all forms of violence. As my OCHA colleague will highlight, ensuring the protection of civilians, including aid workers.
Granted, I could have just waited, and then read the sign like a normal human being from this distance, it's completely legible, but man, you have to be on a zoom-in shot here.
In accordance with international humanitarian law, as well as securing the cessation of hostilities and humanitarian access are paramount. In Rakhine State, fighting between the military and Arakan army has reached an unprecedented level of violence, compounding pre-existing vulnerabilities in Myanmar's poorest region. The Arakan army has reportedly gained territorial control over most of central Rakhine and seeks to expand to northern Rakhine, where many Rohingya remain. Broadly, ethnic armed organizations, the National Unity Government, the National Unity Consultative Council, the committee representing Pidang Su Luto, and others are working to overcome past divides beyond ethnic autonomy interests.
So yeah, once again, this whole conflict is fueled by ethnic tensions, as the Rohingya are a stateless ethnic minority that exists mostly in Southeast Asia and specifically Myanmar until recently, when the ethnic cleansing really got going and they started fleeing the country, essentially. It's a fucking disaster. You hope the sign maker got paid by the letter? Yeah. Totally. Sign maker solidarity. Okay, let's watch this quick UN news in brief from April the 4th, 2024, United Nations, from a day ago. Just to get us moving in this direction. Whoops.
This is the news and brief from the United Nations. The risk of injury and death is 3 times higher for ambulance teams working in Ukraine compared with other health workers, the World Health Organization, WHO, reported on Thursday. Emergency teams come under fire from Russian forces both while responding to emergencies in civilian areas and while on base. During the first quarter of the year, the UN Health Agency's office in Ukraine verified 68 attacks, with nearly 20% aimed at emergency medical services. 9 of those targeted medical bases, 7 resulted in damage to ambulances and 6 caused damage to other emergency equipment. In 3 of those attacks, 4 health workers were injured and 2 professionals were killed, a casualty rate nearly 3 times higher than those suffered by other healthcare services. WHO's definition of attacks is wide-ranging, from harm caused by heavy weapons to psychosocial threats and intimidation affecting access to healthcare for those in need. Commenting on the findings, Dr. Jemu Habicht, WHO representative in Ukraine, said the grim number underscores the pressure on the Ukrainian healthcare system and reiterated the agency's urgent call for the protection of healthcare workers and patients, as well as the uninterrupted delivery of essential health services. Israeli settlers conducted 704 attacks against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, since the Hamas-led attacks on Gaza last October. The UN humanitarian
704 attacks by settlers in the West Bank since October 7th. That number just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Coordination Office OCHA said on Thursday. In total, 17 Palestinians have been killed and more than 400 injured, the office said. 40 houses were vandalized and almost 10,000 trees have been damaged, OCHA reported. A total of 428 Palestinians, including 110 children, have been killed by Israeli forces in the West Bank. OCHA's findings show that between March the 26th and April the 1st, Israeli forces carried out some 155 search and arrest operations across the West Bank. At least 1,244 people, including 600 children, have been displaced due to settler violence and access restrictions, the report says. During the same period, 16 Israelis, including 5 members of Israeli forces and 7 settlers, were killed and 111 injured in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. And finally, the UN Human Rights Council on Thursday passed a resolution extending monitoring of alleged violations in Iran by another year. The decision by the 47-member body came with 24 votes in favour, 8 against and 15 abstentions. It underscores the commitment to comprehensively monitor the human rights situation in Iran following the protests that erupted in September 2022 after the death of Mahsa Jina Amini in police custody.
Okay, alright, that is going to be that for that video, but let's move on to what's been happening in Gaza over the last 24 hours or so. This first one is from the Associated Press, where Blinken, quote, welcomes steps to get more aid into Gaza, but says it may not be enough. No kidding. Well, maybe we should just step it up. Okay.
We welcome the steps that have been announced by Israel, opening Erez as a new crossing point, having shipments go directly from the Ashdod port, maximizing the route from Jordan. These are positive developments, but the real test is results. It's also critical that we see an independent, thorough, and fully publicized investigation into the killing of the World Central Kitchen team who were performing heroic work under the most difficult circumstances. And
I think it's pretty crazy to see this right now. And you know, it really does seem pretty hypocritical to take these aid workers' lives more seriously than, say, UNRWA or some of the other people that have been killed in Gaza, including all the Palestinian civilians, and children, and say this one needs an investigation. The whole thing needs a fucking investigation. We all know this, and Blinken just forgets it because he blinks and, you know, it's like nothing ever happened. October 7th, that's when history started. Okay, should we watch this one? This one's sort of like anger inducing to some degree, but we're gonna watch a snippet of this. Hold on, let me line it up.
Objective of the war effort, and is separate from a discussion.
Pause. Okay, so like I was saying, this this next video is kind of anger inducing to some degree because of the things that are said here that are very, very wrong and problematic. I just thought it was interesting, or at least informative of the current what do you call it? I guess psychology of the moment. So let's just watch this little snippet of this. This is live from AP from 6 hours ago. No, 10 hours ago. Where families of American hostages held by Hamas hold a press conference. And we here have been talking about this for a while in the terms of in the fact that American hostages have been completely ignored in the media to an almost sickening degree, as we hand bombs over to Israel to bomb the area where they are purported to be held, and it just seemed like the media didn't want to talk about it. Anyway, let's watch this real quick.
Buddhists who were also taken hostage on October 7th. You rarely hear about the Mexican, Nepalese, and Portuguese hostages who were taken on that day. And I think that it is very important to recognize that these people are not a monolithic group, that this is an extremely diverse group of people who are being held, and that different religions, as we know, Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists, who range in age from 14 months is the youngest hostage, Kfir Bibas, up until the age of 86. And I hope that that doesn't get lost in the noise.
Any other questions?
I would welcome anyone to speak about how they...
It's not playing just through one channel. It just seems like it's playing through just one channel. What's happening is that the AP has a direct line to the microphone feed, or at least some sort of way to access that, and they're pumping that through the left channel. And then they have another room microphone that is picking up the rest of the room, and that's going through the right channel. So you'll hear it from time to time, like when papers get shuffled by people in the press, or other things happen in the background. You'll notice that the right headphone will pick up.
American sentiment has shifted in the past 6 months or more recently.
Is there any other families
Feel
want
like there's been a turning
to speak to that?
Speak to it. Yeah, it's a good question. It's an appropriate question. There's been a huge shift. There's no question. And how, I think, I'll just speak for myself, but how could there not be? The devastation in Gaza it's so tremendous. The starvation, the destruction, the illness, the death. We see it every day on the news. We hear about it every day. How could people of conscience not feel that something has to happen? There needs to be a ceasefire, and that you'd be inhuman if you weren't. And I do think that there's been a big shift, not just in the United States, but across the world. The shock of October 7th, the images have faded, in relation to the images in Gaza.
Okay, the rest of this is, like I said, pretty frustrating. So let's just skip the rest of it. But I just found it interesting to hear her recognize that. I listened to all 55 minutes of this horrific press conference, or at least most of it. Granted, it was at like 1.75, so I was hearing it at a very fast pace, but I won't put you through what I had to go through. I just thought that was interesting. Let's move on to this Democracy Now! Piece, which I think is the first Democracy Now! Piece that we've watched all day. Yep. They have the director of the movie No Other Land that was that won an award and then was attacked for supposed anti-Semitism after their comments at the award ceremony, forget this guy's name, but let's watch this from 12 hours ago, where Amy Goodman and Democracy Now! Has the Israeli director of that movie on to speak.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue our conversation with Yuval Abraham, the Israeli investigative reporter for 972 magazine, Yuval is also the co-director of the film No Other Land, a documentary produced by a Palestinian-Israeli collective that looks at Israel's mass expulsion of Palestinians living in Musafir Yatta in the occupied West Bank. This is the trailer.
You think they'll come to our home?
Is the army down there?
1,000 Palestinians face one of the single biggest expulsion decisions since the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories began.
Basil, come here. Come fast.
This is a story about power. My name is Basil. I grew up in a small community called Musafir Yatta. I started to film when we started to end. They have bulldozers? I'm filming you.
I need air. Oh my God.
Don't worry.
I don't want them to take our home.
We've seen so many of these videos, but each one of them is still uniquely devastating to watch.
You're Basil?
Yes.
It's for more reasons than I think is even apparent, right? Because, firstly, I'm upset for the obvious reasons, for the human suffering, for the destruction and the and the horror ensued on these people's lives, and then it goes outwards, right? It's like the ripple down effects of what will happen to the people once this happens. What will be the downstream effects of people being displaced, of having their whole lives destroyed in front of them? It's not good usually. I mean, sometimes it is. Sometimes people rise out of the ashes and become stronger and better, but it's definitely not all the time, and that's a fact. And you certainly can't count on getting through persevering as being some sort of savior in this situation. It's fucking nonsense, right? But then it's even more things, right? The effects that it has on climate change, the destruction of a building just to build another building on top of it, most likely. It's insane. It's fucking insane. The butterfly effect, yeah, a little bit. I'll definitely agree with that one. Okay, let's continue watching this documentary film.
You're Palestinian?
No, I'm Jewish.
He's a journalist. You're Israeli. Seriously.
We have to raise our voices, not being silent as if no human beings live here.
What? The army is here?
This is what's happening in my village now. Soldiers are everywhere.
Who do you think you're filming, you son of a whore?
It would be so nice with stability one day. Then you'll come visit me. Not always me visiting you, right?
Maybe. What do you think? If you were in my place, what would you do?
The trailer for No Other Land, co-directed by Israeli Yuval Abraham and Palestinian filmmaker Basil Adra. The film won the...
Whoopsies. Hold on. Didn't mean to do that, chat. Well, I kind of did, but I didn't mean to do it that way. Okay. Alright, I need to take another really quick break, so grab yourself a drink here behind the bar. Serve yourselves, ask Cisco or one of our mods to help you with a drink. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Okay. I am back. Hope you all got your drinks, because it's right back. This Democracy Now! Video. Okay. What is... Yes, alright. Democracy Now! Let's listen in.
Israeli Yuval Abraham and Palestinian filmmaker Basil Adra. The film won the prize for Best Documentary at the Berlin Film Festival, the Berlinale in Germany. This is a part of Yuval's acceptance speech.
In 2 days, we will go back to a land where we are not equal. I am living under a civilian law, and Basel is under military law. We live 30 minutes from one another, but I have voting rights, and Basel is not having voting rights. I'm free to move where I want in this land. Basel is, like millions of Palestinians, locked in the occupied West Bank. This situation of apartheid between us, this inequality, it has to end.
Yuval Abraham received death threats for those comments. I asked him about the film winning the top prize at the Berlinale and what happened afterwards.
So, we got this award for the film, and we were very, very happy, me and Basil, after we've been filming, me and Basil and Rachel and Hamdan, they're also co-directors, and, for many years. And it was like a moment of recognition, and we felt that we got the audience award, and the audiences were very moved by it, and the next day, I wanted to fly back home, and I took a connection flight in Greece, and then I opened my phone in Greece, and I see that I'm receiving like dozens of death threats for the speech, and I saw that German politicians, including the mayor of Berlin, were dubbing it as like anti-Semitism and generally the speeches. Yeah, and this I decided to stay in Athens because I was hesitant to go back, and the next day, like a group of people came to my parents' house and threatened them. My mother was really scared from it, and she had to leave. She went to sleep with my sister in Jerusalem, and it was very, very scary. And I felt many things, but like one of the things that I felt outraged by was that you have German politicians who are not Jewish who, label me as an anti-Semite for what? For calling for a ceasefire, for calling for equality between Israelis and Palestinians, for using the word apartheid, which should be common sense to describe these, parallel systems of inequality. And I felt, I was thinking of my grandparents. My grandmother, she was born in a concentration camp in Libya called Jado. Her father was murdered by Italy, who were working, the fascist Italy, were working with the Nazis. Most of my grandfather's family in Romania were murdered by Germans. And like, who are you to label me as an anti-Semite? And I feel that, this term is very dangerous because, on the one hand, it's very, very clearly being weaponized to silence legitimate criticism of the state of Israel, of Israel's policies. And that's a big danger. On the other hand, for me as Israeli, as a Jewish person, if you are labeling everything as anti-Semitism, you're emptying it out of meaning. And I think especially now when there is a rise in anti-Semitism and we are seeing more and more cases of anti-Semitism, happening everywhere on the extreme right, on the left, like we're seeing it, for me, is even worse that Germany is emptying that term out of meaning like that. And I think that people, it's
terrible.
Completely legitimate to label Israel as apartheid. It's completely legitimate to call for a ceasefire. And it was absurd. And it was, I hope things have changed since. I don't think they have, but,
Your co-director...
Yeah, no, it's super frustrating, but that is in fact been the case. And the thing is it makes it harder to distinguish when real anti-Semitism is happening, right? And it's important to be able to distinguish these sorts of things, right? And it's been a lot of, like, honestly, a lot of it has been on part of the Israeli Hasbara sort of agenda to essentially help this obfuscation happen by conflating Israel and Jewishness. In my opinion, it has helped to spur this on.
Palestinian Basil Adra called for the stopping of arming of Israel.
Good evening, everybody. We're glad to be here and grateful. It's our first movie since many years. My community, my family has been filming our community being erased by this brutal occupation. I'm here celebrating the award, but also very hard for me to celebrate when there are tens of thousands of my people being slaughtered and massacred by Israel in Gaza. Masafir Yatta, my community, is being also erased by Israeli bulldozers. I ask one thing for Germany, as I am in Berlin here, to respect the UN calls and stop sending weapons to Israel.
Yuval Abraham, that's your co-director. You're an Israeli-Palestinian team. Basil Adra, accepting the award for Best International Documentary. Can you talk more about what he said?
Yes, Basil called for Germany to respect UN resolutions and to stop the arming of Israel. And he spoke about, the tens of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza who were killed and called for a ceasefire. And
Okay, I think you all get it pretty clearly. Okay, move forward here. Where am I at now? Okay, we're gonna quickly look at this. Although, is this brought up somewhere else? I'm just gonna skip this. Let's go to the UN once again, where Palestine's what's his first name? Oh shit, Mansour. I forget his first name right now. I think it's Bernard. It's not Bernard. Why do I have Bernard on the brain? Probably because Bernard is chatting so much over here. Oh, is it his first name? No, wait. Oh, it's Riyadh. Riyadh Mansour. Okay. Yeah, let's look at what he has to say on the nature of Israel's war on not on Palestinians but on aid workers.
We are actually going to stay on air. We're going to go back to the United Nations Security Council, where Riyad Mansour is speaking, the Palestinian ambassador to the UN. Let's listen in.
I want to express our appreciation to Algeria, Guyana, and Slovenia for convening this important meeting today. And I want also to add to express our appreciation to the unanimous decision by the Arab group yesterday requesting through our representative, the ambassador of Algeria, to ask for this meeting and the two other countries, Guyana and Slovenia, for joining in this endeavor. I want also to thank the two briefers from OCHA and Save the Children, Mr. Raja Singham and Madam Sorepto, for their briefings. Madam President, allow me to address you today not only in your capacity as diplomats representing your states, but as parents and grandparents, as daughters and sons, as members of families that you love and cherish. Last night, a Palestinian father sat powerless by the bedside of his 2-month-old baby watching him die slowly of hunger. After searching for hours and days for baby formula in northern Gaza, to no avail. A mother had to leave her children in their home for their safety while she went out to try and find flour. She heard a loud bombardment as she reached the street's corner, rushed back with no flour, only to find her home destroyed and her kids killed. We speak of this terrifying assault against life in Gaza in days and months, 180 days, 6 months. But parents calculate in hours, agonize in minutes and seconds, and they wonder, how much longer will they have to wait? How much longer can they preserve shreds of life before them too? They are torn apart. To how many children will they have to bid an eternal farewell? Or how many children will they leave behind if they are to perish? Israel has destroyed the homes, killed entire families.
Hold on. I'm just going to get this up to where he starts talking about what I was highlighting. I think it's like somewhere around here, maybe.
Hitting 3 cars in 3 locations.
Oh, got a little too far. Let's say here.
Supported and protected. The killing of the aid workers from the World Central Kitchen is not an isolated incident. It is confirmation of what you all knew for months now. Israel is targeting those that the laws of war were established to protect. Israel knew very well who it was targeting, hitting 3 cars in 3 locations, despite the fact that they were identifiable and had coordinated with Israel the delivery of aid. It says it suspected one person, so it killed many. Never mind distinction, precautions, proportionality, protected status, never mind human decency. It is unfortunate that it took the killing of foreign nationals for some to fully acknowledge the fate reserved to Palestinians for 180 days now. As the World Central Kitchen CEO eloquently said, and I quote, "This is not only an attack against WCK, this is an attack on humanitarian organizations showing up in the most dire of situations where food is being used as a weapon of war. This is unforgivable," end of quotation. It is even more unforgivable that Israel, as occupying power, is the one with responsibility in ensuring that the civilian population is not harmed or starved, and instead it is not only inflicting such harm and starvation, but also killing those trying to alleviate them. For Israel.
Okay. Actually, listen, no, I'm behind. Fucking behind right now. It's 3.5 hours in. Ah, fuck it. Listen to a little bit more of this.
Israel, the entire civilian population, and anyone helping them, and the entire civilian infrastructure are legitimate targets. It's enough to call them quote-unquote collateral damage, express grief, and move on to committing the next crime.
Okay, no, honestly, I think that's a perfect place to stop it. It is just devastating. I don't even know where to turn for solace in this situation, and there really isn't any. And Palestinians certainly don't have any solace right now. Okay, this is the UN chief Anthony Guterres calling for an independent investigation into the killing of aid workers. It's from 6 hours ago. CBC News.
The UN Security Council held an emergency meeting to address the deaths of the world's central kitchen aid workers today. Since the start of the war between Israel and Hamas, the Council has struggled to back up its condemnation with action. CBC's Chris Reyes is at the United Nations with more on today's meeting.
This was an emergency meeting called by Security Council member state Algeria as one of the representatives of the Arab group. We first heard from the UN's Human Rights Office and the CEO of Save the Children, both detailing the desperate situation in Gaza that they've witnessed firsthand. But the real anger and emotion, Hillary, came from the Palestinian and Israeli envoy. We heard first from Palestinian envoy Riyad Mansour. He expressed his disappointment that it took the death of foreign nationals for some world leaders to raise alarm over Israeli actions in Gaza. He said what happened with World Central Kitchen members is not an isolated incident. Here's what he said.
Israel is targeting those that the laws of war were established to protect. Israel knew very well who it was targeting, hitting 3 cars in 3 locations, despite the fact that they were identifiable and had coordinated with Israel the delivery of aid. It says it suspected 1 person, so it killed many.
And soon after those remarks, we heard from Israeli Ambassador Gilad Erdan. He expressed anger that the Council has not condemned Hamas, that it has instead singled out Israel in bearing responsibility for the civilian casualties in Gaza. He called Monday's attack that killed the World Central Kitchen team as a grave mistake. And then he went on into a full defense of Israel's military strategy.
Yep. Yep, he did. He certainly did. Okay, moving on. This is a video from 19 hours ago where Israel now says that it will open up new aid routes into Gaza after Joe Biden call.
Warnings by Israel to people in Gaza ahead of attacks have contained a host of errors, BBC analysis has revealed. Warnings contained contradictory information, were confusing and sometimes misnamed districts. Experts say such mistakes could violate Israel's obligations under international law. The Israel Defense Forces rejected any assertion the warnings were confusing or contradictory. Stephanie Hegarty reports.
The Nusayrat camp has been under attack.
In December, Salah Ahmed didn't know he was subject to an evacuation warning.
Wait a second. I'm sorry, chat. This went ahead to a different video I did not mean to go to. Got one ahead. My bad. That's my bad. Clicked it too many times. Go back one, please. There we go.
The US has welcomed news that Israel will allow 3 humanitarian corridors into Gaza following a phone call between President Biden and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. For the first time since the start of the Israel-Gaza war, Israel will temporarily reopen the Eretz crossing in northern Gaza. Ashdod port will also be opened for humanitarian deliveries, and more aid trucks from Jordan will be allowed to cross Israel to Gaza. The call between Mr. Biden and Mr. Netanyahu was their first since an Israeli airstrike killed 7 international aid workers from the charity group World Central Kitchen, sparking international outrage. The White House is urging Israel to allow a dramatic increase of aid into Gaza within hours or days, Sean Dilley reports.
In the heart of the White House, a phone call with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and a clear message from the US President that his patience is running low. Joe Biden told his counterpart that Israel must do more immediately to protect civilians and aid workers in Gaza if he wants American support to continue. It's no secret that tensions between the two leaders have been bubbling for some time, but the US is Israel's most powerful ally. In his hardest criticism yet, Joe Biden called the growing humanitarian crisis unacceptable and said he expects Mr. Netanyahu to take steps towards an immediate ceasefire.
The president made it clear that our policies with respect to Gaza will be dependent upon our assessment of how well the Israelis make changes and implement changes to make the situation in Gaza better for the Palestinian people.
And how much time are you giving them to make these changes, to implement these concrete steps?
Again, we would hope to see some announcements of changes here in coming hours and days.
A clear message.
Still, I don't know if it's the clear message. Hope from John Kirby. That's all he's got. Hoping for changes. Let's a little more concrete with our words, huh? Fuck. Okay. Now on to the show. Not the show. This other video from BBC. Entitled Gaza evacuation warnings from IDF contained many errors, BBC report finds.
Evacuation warnings by Israel to people in Gaza ahead of attacks have contained a host of errors, BBC analysis has revealed. Warnings contained contradictory information, were confusing and sometimes misnamed districts. Experts say such mistakes could violate Israel's obligations under international law. The Israel Defense Forces rejected any assertion the warnings were confusing or contradictory. Stephanie Hegarty reports.
The Nusayrat camp has been under attack.
In December, Salah Ahmed didn't know he was subject to an evacuation warning.
We didn't have internet connection and the communication services failed.
When he did get online, he found this. 2 months into war with Hamas, Israel presented this map, a grid system dividing Gaza into hundreds of numbered blocks. It was under international pressure to be more precise in warning people away from the most dangerous battlefields. Then it issued hundreds of posts on social media and sent millions of leaflets and phone messages referencing this grid system. We analysed all the warnings published on the IDF's Arabic social media channels since the 1st of December, as well as the limited number of leaflets we could find, photographed and shared online. These warnings contained vital information to help people get away from danger, but they also contained errors. We counted 26 separate warnings, and 17 of them contained errors that made parts of them contradictory or confusing.
17 in 26 of Israel's supposed warnings to civilians were contained errors or were wrong, leading to people dying unnecessarily. And this whole time they've been touting that supposed system as this precision method of avoiding civilian casualties, and the exemplary sort of military, it's just nonsense. And it's fucking it's frustrating to be seeing this kind of data this far into it. So what is that? It's like 1726. It's like 70% or something like that. Fucking hell. On the same day as the World Kitchen attack, the Iranian consulate was... We talked about that, yeah. Yep, we talked about that, and the resulting sort of fallout. Well, so far it's just been talk, but a lot was said after that strike. Let's see what's next. Okay, this is from Guardian News. This is a quick piece here, where an IDF spokesman we've seen time and time again is challenged over the killing of aid workers.
So first of all, it wasn't an assumption, it was a visual confirmation of a gunman, first of all, on one of the trucks, that then conducted shooting from one of the trucks. And when they indeed reached the hangars, there were more gunmen identified on the location. And it led basically to the entire miscalculation, misidentification. The assumption which was made was that the vehicles that were accompanying the trucks were actually Hamas vehicles. Through the aerial surveillance that took place and before the strikes, the stickers that were on the roof that we've all seen from the footage that you've been airing over the last couple of days was not seen from the aerial footage because of nighttime and because there was no...
They shot at this thing, at this convoy, there's multiple trucks. They shot one after the other. They were all covered in decals, and he's trying to claim that it was all just a misunderstanding.
Materials that...
Is it 85%? Thank you, public. I did not try hard enough on doing that math in my head.
Vehicles will help the forces on the ground.
You don't use night vision technology.
So the night vision identified the vehicles, but it wasn't able to read out the sticker on the roof. Couldn't even identify that there was a sticker.
Couldn't even identify that there was a sticker. Now, Israel has some of the best tech in the world militarily, and to suggest that the night vision isn't good enough means that they're either shooting from much too far away and just attacking anything that moves, or they ignored it. It's one or the other, because night vision can read things like textures and decals. No, not really any problem. And unless you're too far away, in which case, yeah, you're going to struggle to maybe read it. Or if you don't take time to do it, or if you don't care and then bomb it, I mean, it's a whole other... But I'm pretty sure it's probably the second one, that they didn't care. They had the coordinates of this convoy and then decided to eliminate it from helping Palestinians in Gaza. Where are we now? Oh, this is disturbing. This one is fucking frustrating. This is from Middle East Eye from 23 hours ago. Video footage captures Israeli soldiers shooting Palestinians seeking aid from airdrop in Gaza. So Palestinians, civilians, were going to get aid from the aid drops that a number of countries have been facilitating, and then Israeli soldiers started trying to pick them off one by one.
تسقط المساعدات قرب السياج الحدودي في شمال.
Shit, I forgot this is in like Arabic or Turkish or something. Hold on. Okay, near the border fence in northern Gaza, a few young men try to find something to eat so that they may avoid starving to death. This is where Israeli forces began shooting at them, according to this exclusive footage obtained by Al Jazeera. The soldiers start shooting, while none of the Palestinians approach the military vehicles As it appears in this footage, the young men are trying to open the aid box that was dropped by the airplane. Okay, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. Shit. What just happened? Oh my god. Uh-oh. OBS is giving up on life? Is that what's happening, OBS? Hold on, chat. I got problems over here. I'm trying to quit a couple of things. See if that fixes this. Oh my god. This is what happens when I go too long on this stream. OBS, being a free software, decides it doesn't want to do its job anymore. Come on. Need you to start working, please. Do 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 do. Come on. Fuck's sake. Okay, well. Clear the cache? I can't clear a cache on OBS. It doesn't exist. At least I don't think it exists. Could be wrong. Hold on. I guess I'll double check it. Can you clear the cache on OBS? Oh, I have to, well, yeah, okay, I can clear the cache by resetting it. But that is not what I want to do right now. Because it would end the stream. It would effectively end the stream and start a new stream. So yeah, I mean, by ending the stream it would clear the cache. But that's not really what I want to do right now. It's honestly just something that happens with OBS. I'm not the only person that has this problem. Most people that run OBS run into different sorts of things. I happen to demand quite a lot from OBS, to be perfectly honest. And things like this happen. Okay, do I need any of these open right now? No, I'm just going to close all these for now. What's that? Ay, ay, ay. Come on. Well, chat, I might have to do that. I might have to close up Streamlabs here. I hate doing it. Alright, chat. Well, that looks like it's maybe my only option? I don't know. Oh, no. There we go. I closed enough stuff to get it to work slightly. This is good. This is good. Okay. Okay. that was frustrating. It happens most streams that last longer than 4 hours, to be honest, though. It seems. For me, or at least start approaching the 4-hour mark, OBS just starts really shitting the bed. I've seen bigger streamers than me have problems with this. I think I saw somebody have problems. I think I saw who had a problem with this today. RM Brown, maybe? Somebody had a problem with OBS today and had to restart their stream. Somehow I've managed to avert that so far. Not without issue, but okay, let's watch this next one. This is the last serious video that we have. Sky News. Where Owen Joan. Try that again. Sky News. Things get heated as Owen Jones and Hen Mazig discuss the war in Gaza.
Well, tough words from the US president today, but it doesn't seem like a red line has been crossed for them, certainly not yet. Can we say the same for the UK? With me in the studio tonight, the Israeli author Hen Masik and also the journalist Owen Jones. Hen, let me start with you. How much pressure do you think Benjamin Netanyahu is going to be feeling tonight?
I think he's feeling a lot of pressure, not only from the States, but also from within Israel. There are many voices of Israeli civilians that just don't want this war and want it to end. But most importantly, we want the 134 innocent Israeli hostages, and many of them are being raped in captivity right now. We want them to be released out of hell.
Where is the evidence for that?
Rape victims, speaking about the horrific conditions that they are being held in. We need to do everything we can to bring them home. I would hope that every government will do everything they can to bring those citizens home.
I'm sure that they would. But I mean, right now, the US president is saying there's got to be a ceasefire. There's a ratcheting of rhetoric from the UK. I mean, at some point, is Netanyahu going to have to give in to this?
I think that he would have to. I think that there's a lot of pressure and he would have to do something different. I know that the war is not something that Israelis want. I just came back from Israel the other day and my family are all shattered. Israelis are not in a good place. They want this war to be over. And I think that's what we are focusing on right now, to try and finish it. But the truth is that Israel has been giving over and over again suggestions for a ceasefire agreement, for negotiating with Hamas and trying to achieve a deal to release the hostages, but Hamas is saying no, because all of this is exactly what Hamas wants. There are two wars here. There's a war in the battlefield and there's a PR war. And the PR war is playing perfectly for Hamas, that is not distinguishing between civilians and terrorists when they say that 32,000 people are dead. We know that majority of them are at least 13,000.
Well, thankfully, we had the volume low while this idiot was talking, but thank you, Moen. I forgot, the last video was, had subtitles, so I had to talk, and I always try and load the volume for that. But this guy was saying, I would say like 95% nonsense. Something close to that, if you didn't hear it.
Them are Hamas terrorists, and don't report them.
Sorry, let me just. Can I just?
Well, no,
factually rebut.
Can I just say
a lot of
we
things
don't
which
know
aren't
that.
true there.
We don't know that. We don't know that 13,000 of those people are Hamas terrorists.
No. Can I just actually correct that? Oh,
I'm bringing it over, but I think we've got to be clear about that. Oh.
Thankfully, we have a Sky News moderator, so things are going to be super unbiased.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I will come to you right now. I can sense your exasperation when you were looking at Mark talking about Joe Biden's comments and there.
Well, to be clear, Israel has said 9,000 so-called terrorists have been killed, but as the Israeli newspaper Haaretz pointed out, they include those who cross into a kill zone with an invisible line, including many civilians, and when they cross, they are then posthumously termed terrorists with no evidence whatsoever. 40,000 Palestinians are likely to have been killed or more in Gaza because the official statistics exclude those buried under the rubble. Now, the point about Joe Biden and his position there, Joe Biden's hot air all the way through has been a defining feature of this conflict, so-called conflict, genocidal onslaught against the people of Gaza. He has armed and backed Israel as it has caused so much destruction. A large majority of Gaza's civilian infrastructure is now severely damaged or destroyed, so Gaza is now a different colour and texture when looked at from space, where around 13,000 plus children have died violent, horrible deaths, either with their buildings coming down on top of them or being burned and cooked slowly to death or suffocated or both at the same time. And that point, which I did think was editorialising on the part of your journalist, was that it was beyond any doubt or any reason that, it was completely unthinkable that the US could pull the plug on arms because that would then pose an existential threat to Israel. That's in Israel's court. No. Israel has decided to starve the people of Gaza, the fastest drop in the nutritional status of a population in recorded history, the most severe famine since World War II, now beckons. You have people in the north at the moment who are starving to death and eating animal feed in order to live. As David Cameron, Foreign Secretary, not someone I normally quote, detailed in a letter which led, I would note, to the sacking of the Israeli spokesperson Elon Levy, which is probably why you don't have him on your news channel anymore, is because Elon Levy made false statements about aid trucks being allowed in, which then David Cameron went through and said that wasn't true. Israel had gone to great lengths to stop them coming in. The point I'm making is, Israel, all the way through this, has been razing civilian infrastructure to the ground. It has conducted the biggest killing of aid workers in recorded history. And the point I would make, and this is why I think there's a bit of journalistic malpractice which has defined this conflict, Israeli leaders and officials were very clear from the very beginning about what they were going to do. They didn't hide it. You don't have to go through leaked documents. You just have to listen to, for example, to Yoav Gallant, the defence minister who's in the war cabinet of three, who said 2 days after the atrocities committed by Hamas on the 7th of October, that they were going to cut off food, water, and all the essentials of life on the grounds they were fighting human animals. And then, on the 9th of October, he declared he was lifting all restraints on soldiers, and a day later he said he was lifting all restrictions on Israeli soldiers. We've now seen that, and the impunity that Israel enjoys from the West has led to aid workers who shared their coordinates on a pre-approved route with massive World Central Kitchen logos, who were chased from car to car with the drone until every single one was dead. And I'll tell you this, if that's true with those aid workers, Palestinians, ordinary Palestinians, don't have a chance. And Joe Biden has sat through all of this, wringing his hand occasionally whilst ensuring Israel has the arms.
Let me give you a chance to respond. I'm interested that there's a lot that I'm sure some of the phraseology you won't agree with, but quite
a lot of the facts as well.
But some of this is facts, isn't it? I mean, Gaza is being absolutely...
Are there no trucks going into Gaza? Is that what you're saying? There's no trucks with humanitarian aid. You're saying that 7 million tons of food today did not enter Gaza? Israel is lying about it?
7 million tons. I think we can all say the 7 million tons of aid did not just go into the strip today.
Answer that question very clearly. Israel has destroyed much of Gaza's domestic food production and agriculture. Yeah. The amount of food aid, as David Cameron has noted, is much less than before the 7th of October, when the need is much greater. And not only that, the roads have been trashed, okay, for a start. Police officers which guard those trucks have been deliberately targeted by Israel, with Joe Biden's own administration condemning Benjamin Netanyahu for doing that. Whether it comes to the infrastructure, or, for example, the ability to transport the aid around is impossible now.
Right.
So this is why the destruction of agriculture plus the
Just to check this guy, and maybe he misspoke, but this is fucking happening right now. Just to check this freaking guy here. This is like an infographical representation of what 8 million tons of coal looks like. And we can just kind of, you know, do the mental arithmetic on what a 8 million ton pile of food might look like in comparison. But here's what an 8 million ton coal pile would look like. It'd be taller than the Wells Fargo Center in Portland, and half as long as the Fremont Bridge, which is 400 feet long. I mean, it's insane to suggest that this much aid just went into Gaza. I'm pretty sure he must have meant 1,000. That would be my guess, because there's no way that that much just went in one day.
ability to get
you take a pause because you've thrown a lot of hand.
No, and you know what? I do understand why this conflict raises a lot of emotions. I think we need to focus on reality, and I understand, especially when you are Jewish or Palestinian or Arab, why you feel so connected to this conflict, and really being hurt and upset. I'm upset. My family, my friends. I lost friends in October 7th. I don't understand why you are so.
Because I object to genocide. Because I'm a human being.
And of course, it's not a genocide. Because
I'm a human being. That's why.
Would you call?
Yeah. Like, why would a prerequisite of caring for Palestinian lives be being Palestinian? It's ridiculous that you can't care about people being massacred in mass unless you happen to share cultural background with them.
Every war is genocide? So
no,
what is a genocide?
Because you're seeing the deliberate attempt to starve a population to death, which Israel's own leaders said at the beginning of their
I think let's
Israel is now on trial at the International Court of Justice.
And what did they say? Did they say it's a genocide?
So do you know how they, just quickly on that,
well,
they can't do that at this stage.
Right, they can't do it. So why do you bring it up? Because that's what you do.
Because
that's what you've done this whole time.
Because they said it was plausible.
Pieces of ideas that are false.
They said it was a plausible case.
You make the International Court of Justice. You can both win that argument, all right? Both of you can win on the International Court.
Right.
No, that
is a lot of messages. It's getting on the borderline of spammy.
That it's a genocide. Yes,
they can't say it's a genocide yet. Just to get the facts right.
But you can say it's a genocide. The International Court of Justice can't. You can say that it's a genocide.
They can legally determine something, but I can.
Right,
a British guy in London would tell us it's a genocide in Gaza.
To address this question, though. Let's get away from the generalization. Let's talk specifically about what happened with these aid workers who were killed on the ground.
Yeah.
Now, it's a point that Mark Stone made. It's a point that I know you have referred to and said it's revolting. But is it a reality that foreign aid workers present a much greater international challenge to the Israeli government than the deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinians?
Absolutely not. I think that every civilian casualty is terrible.
Hold on, I'm just gonna skip past this guy because he says a bunch of actually, no, fuck it. We're just gonna. This is the last video.
Since the beginning of this war, I don't think that anyone in Israel, the difference between Hamas and Israel is that when civilians are killed in Gaza, Israelis are not going in the streets and celebrating it. We're not handing out sweets in the streets.
No, but they seem a lot more bothered about the international reaction to these aid workers than they do about the continual death of Palestinian civilians.
I don't think so. I think that the reason that it was so condemned and so important for Israel to come out and condemn it is because it was a targeted attack. It wasn't collateral damage. It was a targeted attack, and Israel came out before the U.S. even woke up. It was in the night in the U.S., and Israel came out and said, this is a mistake. We've made a mistake. We're going to improve ourselves. We're going to try to do better in the future when we're fighting a war against...
Your TV only shows Top Chat. That's so rude. What is it, like a smart TV with YouTube as like a built-in app? That sucks.
An organization that is hiding itself among civilian population, building tunnels and shelters underground, and then putting the civilians above ground, hoping that Israel would attack those civilians, and then having people in the West, having people in the West going on to channels and defending them. That's the issue here. And there's one country. Let me just finish one
We'll come to
there's one country that has built shelters, bomb shelters, invested billions of dollars in defense system in protecting its civilians. And there's a terrorist organization that has done everything it can, building a channel of tunnels underground in Gaza that is like the London Underground.
I've seen like one video of the tunnels, and it was pretty fucking short.
To hide not civilians, to hide hostages, Israeli hostages, and Hamas terrorists and ammunition. That's the problem here, and that's I can't believe that we haven't seen this clearly.
Owen, I want to ask a question actually to both of you.
Well, do I get to answer any of that? Or?
I'd like to move on. Which is this, Owen?
I don't think we could just have misinformation on national television that isn't corrected.
What are you saying is misinformation there?
Well, I mean, firstly, accused me of defending Hamas, which I have to say, those smears might have worked once, but it just, people watching this think you're desperate. The point about human shields, a brilliant piece of investigative journalism in Plus 972 magazine by the brilliant Israeli journalist Yuval Abraham revealed the use of artificial intelligence, a system called Lavender. And what that does is generate a whole load of low-level operatives generated by artificial intelligence with a collateral damage level per person of those targets of up to 20 civilians.
Yeah, we went into this topic actually in detail yesterday, was it? And they're using data to determine who is and who isn't a Hamas member with a scale of 1 to 100. That according to the I can't remember who it was that reported it, but was it Channel 4? Might have been Channel 4, but it is reported to have identified family members of Hamas members as being Hamas, even though they're not. It has identified people who happen to be nearby or in chat groups with people who may have tangential ties to Hamas. It's really quite convoluted, and as it turns out, very problematic and not at all accurate.
Which we have to say, the IDF has said that it uses this for information purposes, that it has not used.
Well, 6 separate intelligence sources briefed this brilliant investigative Israeli journalist. Now, you can see what's happened there. What they do, according to this information, is they wait for those operatives to go home when they're in bed with their families there, and they blow them up. And they blow up their kids, and they blow up their families. Can you imagine Hamas was going around blowing up soldiers, Israeli soldiers, in their homes with their children?
They literally did that.
Now, this is and you think that's unacceptable? Okay. I do.
The question
Israel is doing that state-sanctioned.
Said that.
The question
I've said they've committed.
Let's have a reasonable.
You watch the atrocities and you challenge the authenticity.
I want to ask you both a question, which
I
is
didn't
this.
do that.
If Hamas were to release the hostages tomorrow, what happens then?
Look at the West Bank. Look at the number of people who have been slaughtered in the West Bank since this began. Last year alone, before the 7th of October, 240 Palestinian civilians, 40 of them children, were killed in the West Bank. And we were told that was a ceasefire. In the West Bank now, people have been driven from their homes and they're being slaughtered. The West Bank is not run by Hamas, it's run by Fatah, who put down their arms and accepted a peace process. What we're seeing in Gaza already, this idea of releasing the hostages, which I want. Taking those hostages was a severe war crime, a grave and unacceptable war crime. Yep. And the only way hostages have been released in any significant number is through ceasefire and prisoner swaps.
Yes.
That includes those prisoners who need to be released. And again, the information that's come out today of the treatment of these prisoners who are held without charge, with their handcuffed so much that they've been amputated, as well as the work by Save the Children, which is detailed how child detainees are sexually and physically abused.
Oh, and
now, it's very important that we talk about this.
I
and
want
how
to give
that
you to get a chance.
Yeah.
Same question.
No, we're not going to give him a chance. I'm good on hearing from this guy right here. Well, it's been a pleasure having all of you folks here for this stream. In fact, some would say your presence is vital. Otherwise, it would just be me here, screaming into the abyss, all alone. Well, that's it for me, Streamlord. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.
This is full of Pepe.